also, in my view, the honourable thing to do would have been to inform the President when he appointed her that she has this involvement, that it is a historical amount, could come, it could become public, so that he's forewarned. She says she did that. I've got no reason to believe that she didn't. So, having told him that, he appointed her, so he was aware of the possibilities. When this thing broke, she should not have accepted the position, and he should not have appointed her, but having done all of those things, the honourable thing to do would have been for her to step aside.
I thank you so much. That was MP and DA spokesperson on Justice and Constitutional Development, Advocate Glynis Breitenbach. Unfortunately, that's where we got to leave it. From the team this morning, Tapelo Sibanyoni, Tracy Bumgard, Tizwangwina Manashe and Marumo Kakana, our technical producer, Kagiso Butloko, and executive producer, Vutsi Lokoto. I'm Elvis Preslin. We'll see you. Same time, same place. Ciao for now. Arrivederci on Monday.
In our top stories, nearly 200,000 spaza shops visited during inspections and a surprise raid at Mangaung Correctional Centre. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa says since the announcement of measures to address the recent spate of foodborne illnesses, nearly 200,000 spaza shops have been visited and more than 1,000 spaza shops, supermarkets and warehouses have been closed down. He says large quantities of goods have also been confiscated and numerous fines have been issued for bylaws violations. Ramaphosa was delivering the annual address to the National Council of Provinces in Cape Town.
The recent spate of foodborne illnesses has highlighted the risks that are associated with these enterprises. The tragic deaths of a number of children after eating food bought from some of these outlets has required urgent and decisive action to prevent the contamination of food by harmful substances, particularly pesticides, that are being sold unlawfully.
Cash, dagga, USB cables, cell phones, chargers and tobacco are some of the contraband that was discovered during an unannounced raid at the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein last night. The search operation follows the launch of Operation Vala. Operation Vala is a campaign to do away with the smuggling of contraband during the busy festive season, as there's increased numbers of visitations for inmates. The Correctional Services National Commissioner, Mahoti Tobagale, says they are running a cashless centre, so inmates are not supposed to have money. He has indicated that those who are found with the items will be disciplined. Some observers say the continuing public spat between the EFF and the MK party has the potential to weaken the Progressive Caucus in Parliament. This follows EFF leader Julius Malema's recent outburst against the MK party leader Jacob Zuma. Relations soured after several members of the Red Berets, including Floyd Shivambu, the former deputy president and EFF co-founder, left to join the MK party. Malema has since declared Jacob Zuma's MK party as the biggest enemy. However, political analyst Dr. Livendo says this could worsen the already tense relations between the two leftist parties and weaken its position against the GNU Pact.
These unfortunate events have a potential to weaken the opposition in Parliament. And one of the areas that, in my view, is of great concern is that most people never expected that the MKP would be campaigning and recruiting members of the EFF into the party. And that appears to be the main source of the tensions that are taking place.
The top four Nongoma municipal officials in northern KwaZulu-Natal, Mayor Clifford Ndabadaba, his deputy Sabelo Nkosi, Speaker Babongile Stole and the CFO Njabulo Dludla are expected back in the Nongoma Regional Court today. They have been charged with corruption. On Monday they appeared briefly in court, but the case was postponed for the verification of the addresses prior to the bail application. The provincial government has announced Mpumelelo Mguni as the acting municipal manager. The City of Cape Town says the fire and rescue services responded to over 16,000 emergencies last year. Of these, over 9,000 were vegetation or open area fires. The fire and rescue services will be employing new tactics to fight especially wildfires this summer. Authorities unveiled the strategy along with a practical demonstration in Goodwood. Mayoral Committee Member for Safety and Security J.P. Smith says a group of 96 people have been recruited for land firefighting training, a highly specialized field.
And thought about how we could best change or adapt our response. And yes, we are glad that we have partners like Sandbox who are doing a response on the mountain and making sure that they take responsibility for their assets. And we have the working on fire choppers, and we have our mutual aid agreements with other municipalities around us. But through the Chief's intervention, we now also have 96 internationally certified wildland firefighters that the college has trained up.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa says since the announcement of measures to address the recent spate of foodborne illnesses, nearly 200,000 spaza shops have been visited and more than 1,000 spaza shops, supermarkets and warehouses have been closed down. For SAFM News, I am Ann Musa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Good news coming out of Soweto in terms of Ria Via buses. They're back on the roads from this morning. They've been suspended, withdrawn for much of November, but they are operational. About all 45 of them, I think it's about 45 that were taken out of service back from today. The Mike 1 issues around Boysons this morning, queuing up coming through from Gold Reef City. Looks like a crash or a breakdown through there. The N1 south out of Pretoria just starting to backlog into the additional lane closures at the R21. If you're driving into Durban, the roadworks confirmed they're still there on Victoria Embankment. That'll mean a delay coming up the M4 a little bit later this morning from Umbilo and Congela as you off-ramp into the work zone onto the Esplanade. And Cape Town, just some pockets of sand to be vigilant and watch out for this morning along Baden-Powell Drive after a pretty windy yesterday and last night. Sand at Monwa BC and sand again at Coastal Park. Just take it easy getting along that Baden-Powell route towards Muizenberg side, and towards Khayelitsha. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. It is cricket. Marco Jansen, together with Themba Bavuma, are the stars for the Proteas. They finished day 2 of the first test against Sri Lanka in Durban firmly on top. And the world number 2 in tennis, Iga Swiatek, has accepted a 1-month doping suspension. All the details around 6:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
7 minutes after 6. Good morning, South Africa, and welcome to it, the Friday edition of the Morning Brief here on SAFM. Come, let's spend the next 3 hours together, informing, engaging, and sharpening each other's perspectives on the key issues of the day. I'm Thulasizwe Simelane, and I'm here to deliver your Morning Brief. What's on my mind this morning before I tell you what's coming up on the show? Well, what's on my mind this morning is the Eastern Cape, the province of the Eastern Cape, home of the legends, it's called, also Epondweni, as they say. Some of the things that happen in that province can, especially in the sphere of governance, are truly astounding. So on Monday this week, the province's acting head of department in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure decides it's a good idea to write to all landlords from whom the department rents out office space, office and other space on its own behalf, but also on behalf of other government departments, telling them, and you won't believe this, that the department, due to what she calls, quote-unquote, unforeseen circumstances out of its control, will be unable to meet its rental, utility charges, and other commitments owed to them during the period. You would think she's talking about a month. You'd think we're not able to pay for a month. No. She goes on to say, during the period November 2024 and March 2025. So that's a good 5 months. The letter then goes on to say, payments will therefore and this is a quote, payments will therefore only be processed again in April 2025. That's 5 months during which the department says it won't pay rental to its landlords, and it expects them to somehow be okay with it all. In fact, it talks about, it thanks them for their understanding. It thanks them preemptively for their understanding and courtesy. Courtesy and understanding it thanks them for. So it expects them to be okay with it all and continue to operate as viable businesses that also have their own financial obligations, as you know, including the payment of salaries for those that employ employees, and I imagine that many of them do. So how does that happen? How does that work? What are these unforeseen circumstances that have led to the department not being able to pay its obligations towards landlords that so conveniently coincide with the last few months of the year, of the financial year, that is, allowing for payments to only resume again in the new financial year? Do you get where I'm going with this? Has the department somehow run out of its budget to maintain this obligation? Has it run into serious financial troubles, perhaps? Is the department budget for rental used up, and how did that happen? What are the rental companies expected to do? That's the other question. What are they expected to do? So as you know, as you can expect, we did reach out to the department, of course, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, through their spokespersons and the head of communications, and of course, they wouldn't come on the radio to account. So make of that story what you will. But, you know, if you are a landlord and you're renting out space to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and you received this letter, that's your situation for the next 5 months. You will see to finish in the Eastern Cape, the home of legends, Epondweni. Coming up on this show in the next few minutes, we'll focus on this story. This is another fascinating story. Should terminally ill people be allowed to make the choice to die with the assistance of a medical professional? That is the question that's going to be front and center in Britain's parliament today. MPs will have the first opportunity to debate and vote on it's called the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill. It has been introduced by Labour backbencher Kim Leadbitter, but it only applies to England and Wales and not to Scotland. There'll be a separate bill for Scotland, so it will apply, if passed, to England and Wales. The issue, you and I will know, has strong resonance in our own country as well. And some civil society organizations have long campaigned for the right to die in this country, especially for people who are terminally ill and those described as being in a permanent vegetative state, choosing to die with dignity, with the assistance of a medical professional. It's a contentious issue. It really, really is a contentious issue, especially on the moral grounds and what the law provides for at the moment. At the moment, it is not lawful for a medical professional to assist even a person who feels that, you know, they can make an informed choice given their situation. You remember the case, it was in 2015, Stransham Ford was the case that was before the High Court in Pretoria, but ended up in the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. The judgment in the High Court, of course, said, Mr. Stransham Ford could make the choice, the election to die with dignity, with the assistance of a medical professional, and that doctor would not be acting unlawful. But, you know, that judgment was delivered 2 hours after Mr. Stransham Ford had died. And on appeal in the Supreme Court of Appeal, that was overturned. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on these two issues, the situation in the Eastern Cape and the non-payment of rentals by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, but also this question of whether or not it's time for us to talk about this idea of the right to die. People who are in palliative care, people who are considered to be in a permanently vegetative state, many of them going through a lot of pain. So the campaign continues, and we believe there's going to be another challenge in the courts in this country. We have all of your regulars locked and loaded for you, and Musa with news updates every half hour. Rob Byrne with your traffic update every 15 minutes or so. Zaikan is watching your sport throughout the morning. Ndauleng Lechela has your economics, business and market news covered. Sipho Mandula with your Africa update just before 8 a.m. And of course, you are part of the conversation. The number to dial 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes on 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The first hour of the Friday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Imagine a South Africa where every child born today and tomorrow and the next day and the next had enough love, enough food, enough safety and brain power today and tomorrow and the next day and the next. Together, we will change their future. Join us by visiting
holdmyhand.org.za. That's holdmyhand.org.za.
The Bees are constantly seeking for a suitable way to move up to the top half. They want to triumph against Leicester City FC.
Visser is in here for Brentford. Johan Visser!
While the Foxes are committed to playing attractive football for 90 minutes as they also eye a top half spot.
Owen to Vardy, back to Ayew, scores! Leicester have done it late on the road! Jordan Ayew sweeps home! What a move!
This is the Premier League. Catch the spectacular clash between Brentford FC and Leicester City FC on Saturday, 30 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Daily News Diary on SAFM.
All right, let's turn to Ann Musa with that. Good morning to you, Ann.
Good morning, Thulas. How are you doing?
Were you testing me? What's this now? Okay.
I think you were testing me, but yeah.
What's on your diary this morning?
Well, today marks the final deadline for the Zimbabwean exemption permit holders to apply for a waiver or transition to a general work visa that will be valid until November next year. Also voting to continue in some areas in Namibia. The Electoral Commission there had said that it was overwhelmed by the high number of people who turned out to vote, and in light of its responsibility to ensure that every registered voter has the opportunity to exercise their right to vote, and after as well considering complaints received, the Commission has recommended to the President of the Republic of Namibia that steps be taken to allow for the continuation of the election at specific polling stations from today and tomorrow. And in KwaZulu-Natal, the Premier there, Tamin Tuli, is expected to announce interventions that is aimed at curbing food poisoning. He will also update the media on the progress that has been made, and this with regards to spaza shops and food poisoning as part of the provincial government's comprehensive response to the recent incidents of food safety challenges. And in court, the case against the 5 men accused of killing rapper aka Keenan Forbes and his friend chef and entrepreneur Tobelo Tips Mutswane to resume in the Durban Magistrates Court, and this case was postponed in May for further investigation. The ANC Women's League are calling for decisive action against gender-based violence, and the league will today march to the union buildings in Pretoria against gender-based violence and femicide. And just lastly, South Africans have also been encouraged to take part in electoral reform system, and the electoral reform consultation panel that is tasked with investigating, consulting and making recommendations. This is with respect to the broad rules governing the manner in which the citizens select leaders, and also how power is subsequently distributed amongst contestants at all levels of government. So South Africans called on and encouraged to take part in this electoral system reform. So some of the stories there that we will be looking at.
All right, thank you for that. And an important call to action there at the end around public participation in those processes. That's Anne Musa. You'll be hearing from her every half hour here on the Morning Brief with an update from the news.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
So let's give you a sense then of what kind of a Friday you can expect weather-wise. There's only one warning. It's a fire danger warning. It says extremely high fire danger conditions are expected over the Kamiesberg local municipality in the Northern Cape, Matsikama local municipality in the Western Cape. The rest of your weather looks like this. Pretoria will be fine with a minimum of 13 and a maximum of 28. Johannesburg fine 12 to 26. Mbombela partly cloudy 13 to 29. Bulukwane partly cloudy 11 to 28. Mahikeng fine 12 to 29. Bloemfontein fine 9 to 26. Kimberley fine 11 to 29. Cape Town fine 17 to 27. George fine 12 to 24. Gqeberha will be cloudy in the morning, otherwise fine, with a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 23. East London will be cloudy with rain in places, 14 to 21. Durban will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, 15 to 22. Richards Bay will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain with a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 25. And finally, Pietermaritzburg will be partly cloudy, 9 to 23.
Ever tried to paint a wall with only a brush? Or hung a picture on just a nail and a prayer? Hey. The contestants on My Design Rules will be the first to tell you good design starts with the right tools. Tune in to My Design Rules every Sunday at 7 p.m. on SABC3 and stand a chance to win a weekend away in the winning apartment. From beginner projects to expert builds, Buco has the tools and materials you need to get the job done. Ready to kickstart your next DIY project? Begin with Buco.
Buco. My business is very stressful. Construction and plumbing, anything can go wrong. The reason I chose Outsurance is because they align with my vision with regards to customer service. The fact that they won the award for Best Business Insurance makes me feel like I'm in the right hands.
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
So let's turn to this fascinating debate that is playing itself out, at least for now, in Britain. So lawmakers in Britain are expected to vote today on a law proposed to help terminally ill adults end their lives. The bill requires assessments by independent doctors and a High Court ruling before a patient can proceed with the process of dying, with the assistance of a doctor, that is. Advocates for the law argue for the need for such legislation to provide dignity in dying, while opponents raise concerns about potential abuses. Let's bring it home and get the perspectives of Sean O'Connor, who is the host and producer of How to Die. Good morning to you, Sean. Thank you for your time. So, fascinating debate that's playing itself out in the United Kingdom. It will apply if it's adopted to England and Wales, separate bill for Scotland. How would it change the law as far as you understand it in that country?
Hi, Thulasizwe. Thanks for having me on your show, and it's actually a podcast called How to Die, which is freely available. You are correct. How would it change the law? First of all, it would decriminalize assisting people, helping others to end their lives. Currently, if someone even wants to go to Switzerland to Dignitas to use their services to end your life, it's illegal to accompany them. So you have to make that journey alone, even if you are in the last 6 months of your life. So that's one first important thing. Then it's very much for Parliament to decide what are the protocols that surround the bill. So, and that differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction all over the world. You're probably aware that in England, there are very robust protocols. There's the High Court ruling, 2 doctors, and you have to have a terminal illness and be within the last 6 months of your life. And people have criticized that because who can actually tell if you're in the last 6 months of your life?
Sure.
And what about people with motor neuron disease or cystic fibrosis or another terminal uncurable condition, or even people who are quadriplegic will also be left out? So how long do you have to live as a quadriplegic before you can finally end your suffering on your own terms?
Yeah.
So it really is about dignity in death and trying to provide a more humane pathway for people. And sorry, carry on. Go ahead.
So you're absolutely right that the stringency of what is proposed here, I mean, as you say, among the requirements is that the person must have the mental capacity to make the choice and be deemed to have expressed it clearly. So part of the requirement as well being that you make 2 what they call declarations, affidavits, witnessed and signed about your wish to die. How does that differ from what prevails in other jurisdictions? You mentioned Switzerland. Is one of the leading jurisdictions around this issue, is it not?
Yes, Switzerland legalized assisted dying or euthanasia in 1942. So they're way ahead of the curve. How does it differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction? Well, you have to be of sound mind anywhere. And that is one of the fundamental precepts of assisted dying wherever it's legally available. So
do we know how many territories are there that actually have some kind of a regime that allows a person who has terminal illness and believes that they are in the final months of their lives and would rather die with dignity than continue to suffer in pain? How many territories have that kind of allowance?
Oh, there's so many places. Even the country of Colombia in South America has managed to pass laws about assisted dying. There's the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, New Zealand, parts of Australia, Spain, Canada in many places. Voluntary euthanasia in Canada is legal. And in many jurisdictions, also in 11 states of the US, in Austria, around 200 million people are estimated to have this option available. And it's important to stress that it's an option. I have a client who is wheelchair bound, whose mother has to take him to the toilet, who's been living like this for 16 years, who can't do anything for himself. And he wants the comfort of knowing that he's not going to die in his own filth with the stench of a rotting body. You know, it's hideous. Many of us think that, you know, we'll just have a good death. Maybe our reference for death is quite Hollywood inspired, because many people my age, I'm in my 50s, a few generations ago, we would have encountered a dead body or two, but it's quite hidden. So I don't think there's much understanding of how people really do die unless you have an older parent. And then you think, well, what would I want for my mom or for my dad? And it's many people with experience of the complications around death and the extensive, like, over-medicalization of death, keeping people alive at any cost, that are really behind this campaign. And it really is a once-in-a-generation thing. The campaigners in the UK are saying, sure, you know, in 1983, 77% of people in the UK were in favor of assisted dying.
So, but it's interesting that you say that. When MPs last voted in the UK on the issue, it was in 2015, and it was rejected. The proposal was rejected by 330 votes to 118. Coincidentally, that's around the time when here at home we had that Stransham-Ford case playing itself out.
Yes.
The debate was raging.
Yes.
Tell me where things stand in 2024 in South Africa. You were meant to go to court this year. How far is that?
So I'm hopefully never going to be in court for a while.
No, not you. Sorry, I meant Dignity South Africa was meant to have taken the matter to court once again. Yeah.
Dignity South Africa, of whom I am not a member but support ardently, are bringing a case to the High Court in South Africa, the Constitutional Court, next year. This is something that was very much supported by Bishop Tutu, And during Mandela's time, there was a commission on this matter. So we've also been dragging our heels for a long time. And just like in the UK, there's a sense that this is a once-in-a-generation chance. And people are really, I think they're also quite worried that if it doesn't pass, it won't happen in many people's lifetimes.
Sean, hold on for me a second.
Yeah.
Hold on for me a second. Let me take a call from Uncle P in Joburg, who wants to weigh in on our conversation. Good morning to you, Uncle P. You want to talk about assisted dying?
Yes, Thulasizwe, if that's fine. But I mean, if you allow me, if you indulge me, there's also something else I would like to talk to you about, which I think is equally important.
We might have to call you back then if that's the case. I was hoping that you just... Yeah, you know what, Uncle P, let's rather call you back if you want to raise more than one point, because we are about to conclude with Sean O'Connor. That's Uncle P there in Joburg. We will call Uncle P back. Sean, thank you for your time this morning, and it's been an interesting debate. And as you say, in South Africa, it might come alive again should a court case be raised to try and change the law.
I'll excuse you for the pun of bringing it alive, but thanks so much for your time, and I wish you well.
Thank you. And that's Sean O'Connor there, who is the host and producer of the podcast How to Die, weighing in on that debate. MPs in the United Kingdom voting today, debating and voting on this bill that would allow people to make the decision on the right to die. 6:30, let's check in with Ann Musa now with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, 5 men charged with the murder of rapper Keenan aka Forbes are due to appear in the Durban Magistrates Court again today. President Cyril Ramaphosa says since the announcement of measures to address the recent spate of foodborne illnesses, nearly 200,000 spaza shops have been visited and more than 1,000 spaza shops, supermarkets and warehouses have been closed down. And riot police in Georgia have used pepper spray and water cannon against protesters who took to the streets after the government suspended moves to join the European Union until 2028. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
I tell you what's going to be busy today is Woodmead. It always is. Woodmead in Joburg on a Black Friday. That retail park there, very, very popular, but complicating matters. There's multiple traffic lights out. Woodmead at Funrenan, Woodmead at Woodlands, which is the big one, and Woodmead at the Mike one, which hasn't worked for like the longest time. Also Woodlands and Eastern or Western Service Road, those lights out as well. So we saw it yesterday morning, which is sort of a dry run, I guess, a build-up into today's main Black Friday event. So if you just travel through the Woodmead area as part of your trip to or from work or just making your way around, it is likely to be absolutely jam-packed. N1 coming through Deep Cliff Interchange at Uncle Charlie's is busy. No easy Friday for motorists coming out of Pretoria. That N1 South is already on a heavy jam. Traffic backing up past Rigel Avenue, thick and heavy across all lanes as you head down towards the R21 work zone. Going into Durban, the M4 likely to be slow again. Roadwork still there. We can confirm that as you come off the M4 onto the Esplanade, and that Brook Street closure at the top of the M4 at China Mall still there, although that closure we are expecting to be lifted at some point today. Cape Town's N2 inbound fairly slow this morning. Robert Sobukwe through to Rappenberg Road, and just confirming patches of sand along Baden Powell and what they refer to as Sandy Corner at Monwabisi. You may know it as sand across both lanes, so just travel carefully. Just keep your eyes open as well for sand around the coastal park area. Strong winds in Cape Town last night blowing that sand off the beachfront and just depositing on Baden Powell Roadway. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning to you, Zai. So Sri Lanka have been kept at bay and under control by the Proteas.
Absolutely wicked. The wickets were wicked.
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 Okay.
You're
right.
bowled out.
You're on fire so early in the morning.
42. I think our Protea fire has definitely lit something up in us. The passion is here. This is the lowest test total in the history of Sri Lanka's men's team. Now, replying to South Africa's first innings of 191, Sri Lanka were all out after 13.5 overs on day 2 of the first test. Marco Jansen returned career best test figures of 7 of 13 balls from 6.5 overs, with Joel Coetzee taking 2 wickets from 18 balls balls, and Kagiso Rabada 1 wicket of 10 balls, claiming the other wickets as well. Sri Lanka's men's previous lowest test innings was 71 against Pakistan in Kandy, and that was in 1994. On only 8 occasions has a team been bowled out for fewer than 42 runs in men's test cricket. Here's the Proteas bowler, Marco Jansen.
Was all over the show, if you ask me. So obviously we saw the ball was doing quite a bit, so that was a very good sign for us. But when the sun came out this morning, we didn't think it was going to nip as much still. But yeah, when we saw the ball was moving around, we liked the look of it, and we knew if we put the ball in the right area, we'll make things happen.
Let's go to soccer. Banyana will face the Reggae Girls of Jamaica in the first of 2 international friendly matches today at the Catherine Hall Sports Complex in Montego Bay, Jamaica. The 2 matches will be the last of the year for the Sasol-sponsored South African senior women's national team as they wrap up 2024 ahead of next year's Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The reigning African champions will have their last training session this evening ahead of what promises to be a quality game of football between the 2 nations ranked 42nd and 50th in the FIFA rankings. Elsewhere, Chelsea continuing their perfect run in the Conference League. 2-0 was their win, Thulas, over Heidenheim.
You know how it goes. Earlier in the season, we said we burn blue. We burn blue.
Well, the Blues are just 1 win away from securing a spot in the last 16. They already eased past Noah, Panathinaikos and Rent earlier in the season. Enzo Maresca will hope his side can build on their current unbeaten run of 5 games in the upcoming Premier League match against Aston Villa, which will be on Sunday. Another match saw Rasmus Højlund scoring twice to hand Ruben Amorim his first victory at Manchester United. They came from behind to beat Bodo Glimt 3-2 in the Europa League. All happened at Old Trafford. In the meantime, Mats Hummels atoned for conceding an early penalty by firing in a late equaliser for Roma in an action-packed 2-2 draw at Tottenham Hotspur. And golf, Paul Boshoff claimed a historic 8-shot victory in the 8th tournament of the Big Easy Tour that was played at the Waterkloof Golf Club, making it 2 wins in 2 weeks. A final round of 63, which included 3 eagles, 5 birdies and 2 bogeys, took Boshoff's total for the week to 21 under par 63, some distance clear of Jean de Basson. Now, of course, Boshoff has etched himself into the history books of the Big Easy Tour as the first player to win back-to-back since the tour returned under the Sunshine Tour banner. And finally, tennis, the world number 2 and 5-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek has accepted a 1-month suspension after testing positive for a banned substance. The 23-year-old reigning French Open champion tested positive for a heart medication, trimetazidine, or TMZ. It's an out-of-competition sample that was taken in 2024 when she was world number 1. The International Tennis Integrity Agency accepted that it was caused by contamination of the regulated non-prescription medication melatonin, manufactured and sold in Poland, which Swiatek took for jet lag and sleep issues. That's how we wrap it up. We'll have headlines top of the hour on the Morning Brief. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning to Ndauling Lechela. So Ndauling, tell me about Tharisa. Who is Tharisa, if I'm pronouncing it correctly? And what's their business got to do with higher chrome prices?
All right, morning, Tula. So Tharisa is a mining company listed in South Africa as well as on the London Stock Exchange. They mine chrome and platinum, and the miner has posted resilient results despite, the price dynamics when it comes to commodities, which have been eating into miners' profits this year. The company's strong performance was driven by record chrome production and sales, which offset the impact of lower PGM prices. Zooming in on those numbers, revenue increased 11% and earnings rose by 29.8%. The miners' chrome sales volumes increased by 15.7%, contributing to a 26% increase in chrome revenue. Tharisa recorded a record 1.7 million tons of chrome concentrate. In contrast, PGM production was flat at 145,000 100 ounces, with PGM prices depressed throughout the year. Now, the average annual PGM price decreased by 28% to $1,362,000 per ounce, resulting in a 22% decline in PGM revenue. Now, the group CEO, Phoevius Parolis, noted that the company's co-production business model, which includes both PGMs and chrome, has demonstrated its resilience. Looking ahead, Teresa expects PGM prices to recover over the next year or two, driven by the continued relevance of the internal combustion engine and the growing demand for hybrids. The company also anticipates strong demand for chrome, with the stainless steel market in the Far East requiring almost 2 million tons of chrome concentrate per month.
And the numbers are looking good for AECI as well?
The numbers are looking good for AECI, but it doesn't seem like markets are quite pleased about them. So the explosives and chemicals group AECI, had a tough year, being hit by lower ammonia prices and sales volumes in the South African market. However, they managed to post higher profits for the 10 months ended October 2024. Those earnings came in higher despite the challenging operating environment. The group says it remains confident to deliver double profitability of its core businesses by 2026. Now, the group's financial performance, when it comes to its top line, the revenue declined a bit, down 4% to 29.7 billion rand. Its mining division, the largest segment, they experienced an 11% decline in profit from operations due to lower ammonia prices, key to the production of explosives for its mining sector clients. But the company's chemicals division boosted it, reporting a 10% increase in operating profit despite challenges in the local manufacturing and industrial sectors. ACI's update, CEO Holger Riemenspacher said the company has made progress in executing its strategy and reshaping the organization to meet evolving market demands. Now, following the update, the counter closed in the red, and over a year-to-date period, ACI still not faring well, losing over 13%.
All right, please give us your first recap of the markets for this morning.
So trading was thin yesterday as U.S. stocks were closed for Thanksgiving. On the local front, stocks closing in the red as traders take some profits. The oil share down close to 0.4%, driven by declines in the Resources 10 complex, falling 1.78%. The rand, in the meantime, making gains after a really tough month where we saw emerging market currencies slump. The local unit is currently trading at 18.05 to the greenback. Meanwhile, in Asia, markets mostly in the green, with traders there digesting economic data out of Japan and South Korea.
All right, we'll talk again after 7:30. That's Ndauling Lichela. She's keeping an eye on business, the markets, as well as the economy for you throughout the morning here on the Morning Brief.
Specsavers now looks after your hearing as well as your vision with Specsavers Audiology. With 60 stores and counting, we are South Africa's largest audiology group. For a limited time only, buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. You heard right. Buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. Find your nearest store at specsavers.co.za. Specsavers Audiology. Test your hearing and join the conversation. T's and C's apply.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
Black Friday is the season for unbelievable savings, and Outsurance has a deal you cannot miss. Get a quote, and if Outsurance can't beat your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand. Make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Monthly savings if they are cheaper, or cash in your pocket. SMS out to 30754 to switch and save today. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, where you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
14 minutes to 7. Families of boys undergoing initiation rituals in the Eastern Cape say that criminals are demanding protection fees in exchange for the safety of their children. They say family members delivering food to the initiates have also been threatened, leading to concerns for their safety. Let's welcome into the conversation Nkosi Mwelo Nonkonyana, who is the chairperson of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa in the Eastern Cape. Nkosi Nonkonyana, good morning and thank you for your time. So I know that the statement doesn't qualify, my opening statement doesn't qualify where exactly, which regions are affected by this. So you tell us, how widespread is this problem of people demanding protection fees and committing crimes against initiates and their families?
Good morning to you. Good morning to all your listeners. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Indeed, I can confirm that this bad news came to our attention, and it is widespread, but particularly in Gqeberha, in the Nelson Mandela region, this has been reported. And I may say that it has taken a new twist in a way, although this form of extortion has been continuing for quite some time, because these ragamuffins and criminals, what they do, they then take the young boys without consent of their parents, and having done so, then they would then extort them. They said, well, if the parents report or take their children from them, their children may actually suffer some harm in the sense that they may go mad, some of them. And then under pressure, then the parents, mainly those that have nothing to have no money, would then succumb to those threats. Now, it has taken a new twist in the sense that the criminals, because of in other words, the extortionists, are now demanding protection fees from those families, mainly the poor families, and this is really saddening. And this is something that we then, as traditional leaders, indicated that they must report this to the police, and we are actually encouraging our structures to work hand in gloves with police to make sure that the families are actually protected, particularly the boys.
How complicated does it make your management as traditional leaders of a process that you're already, trying to carefully manage because of the other problems attendant to it that occur from time to time? So how complex does this make the picture?
It is very, very complex, in the sense that the peers are actually touted. It's a sort of that there are bosses behind them, and those peers would then take the boys, and so we are not in control. The parents are not in control. You realize that in terms of our custom and in terms of the applicable legislation, and there are processes that must be embarked upon to prepare these boys. You just cannot just go along the street and then or overnight take the boys and take them to initiation school. And so it's something that is really, really very, very difficult, but not so much difficult because these boys are actually known in the communities. It's just that some parents are actually colluding to this, unfortunately, in the sense that they are succumbing under the pressure of their boys that are pressured by their own friends in the peer pressure situation that we all know.
So what can be done about it? I know that, Nkosi Nongonyana, there's a hotline that the police say they've set up. Will that assist in the situation, given the context you just painted, that these extortionists live in communities and in many instances are known? Do they get reported?
Well, if the parents themselves and the community leaders themselves also work hand in glove with the institution of traditional leadership, this can really be dealt with. But as I say, these people, they are mainly targeting the households where there are no parents sometimes, and also in households where the weak structures, and you find that the parents, particularly men, they don't take care of their households, and also in some households where the head of the family is a woman, and again, in extreme cases where there are child-headed homes, the situation, you find that those children are unable then to assert their own authority. And so it is really, really very difficult. But if we can, as we have already said as Contralesa, that in all our areas, let the men, particularly those that have been initiated, and actually police and monitor their areas. If there is any circumcision lodge in that area, and then it must be invaded. For instance, as last week, and we had in several hotspots, we then actually set up young men to assist us to deal with this thing.
All right. Nkosi Nongonyana, chairperson of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, Contralesa in the Eastern Cape. I've got to thank you for your time, and I've got to give credit there to the initial reporting of the Herald in the Eastern Cape on that story.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Super jam-packed on the M1 South again today as you head out of Pretoria down towards the R21 construction zone. Backlog of traffic through towards Garsfontein and is continuing to sort of grow by the minute. When we last next touch base, it'll be back as far as Atterbury. Just off the highway, lights are down, Solomon Mishlangu and Garsfontein, so quite a backlog getting through that particular junction. The Mike 1 from Boyson's heading up towards Empire Road's heavy, and if you're on your way on the southern bypass towards Soweto, there's quite a queue moving through Uncle Charlie's, passing Southgate down towards the Deep Cliff interchange. Looks like something's gone terribly wrong through there today. Durban's M4 likely to be slow coming into the CBD a little bit later this morning as you hit either the closure of Brook Street at the top end or the roadworks which are still there as you come off the M4 onto the Esplanade. Broken down vehicle, the first of today's many, between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction, so already queuing up to get through there. Cape Town N1 not as bad as it can be because Friday just does tend to bring a little bit lighter volumes, but nevertheless you will sit in traffic from sort of Plattercliff Road through towards Sable Road. That Sable Road off-ramp likely to be very busy today with shoppers heading in towards Canal Walk area. Marine Drive queuing up to Loxton Road into Woodbridge Island, Milnerton. That's as you arrive from the Paddocks Mall side. And the N7's a standout queue today. The N7 North from Vancate Mall under pressure all the way through towards the Beaufort Circle Junction in the Epping area. Sand on Baden-Powell at Sandy Corner, Monwabisi. And if you're travelling this weekend, maybe getting away today into the weekend between Bottrafia and Caledon, factor in some proper queue time through multiple sets of roadworks and construction areas. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Whatever your need for a personal loan, choose a bank that's best for your loans. Nedbank offers loans of up to 400,000 Rand at the best possible interest rate. And there's more. Open a My Goals Plus or My Goals Premium account, and you could enjoy 200 Rand cashback every month for the duration of your loan term. That's up to 14,400 Rand cashback.
Visit netbank.co.za to apply for your tailored personal loan. See money differently. Netbank. We are a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
It'll be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What is summer without cricket? This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Ethical is what defines our business. I think Outsurance does have integrity. They are not just there for the money, they're there to create a relationship. It's like a partner in business. It's the best thing we've ever done to switch over to Outsurance. It's a no-brainer.
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online. Thulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
Let me tell you this story. A new study has revealed that alcohol plays a significant role in gender-based violence, especially in areas such as Ga-Rankuwa outside Pretoria. The study comes as South Africa marks 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. The joint study done by the Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance and the South African Medical Research Council highlights the urgent need to address alcohol's role in GBV. I'm joined now by Professor Susan Goldstein, who is Deputy Director and COO at the South African Medical Research Council's Center for Health Economics and Decision Science. Good morning to you, Prof. Thank you for your time. How important is this study in establishing the intersection between the density of alcohol outlets in populated areas and gender-based violence?
Thank you for having me, and good morning to the listeners. What's important is that we've known for years that there has been an association between alcohol and gender-based violence, and most people who live in any densely populated community understand that very clearly. However, we haven't been able to show it, to prove to the powers that be that this is something that's important. So what we did was we did a study where we looked at how many outlets there are in some communities, in small communities, and looked at the relationship between that and gender-based violence. And what we found was just quite shocking, that most of the outlets, by far the majority, are not licensed. They're in the in residential areas where people are living and trying to run their lives. And we found that in those particular areas, there are high rates of gender-based violence. So there's a distinct link. And we're not saying that alcohol causes gender-based violence, but what we are saying is that there's a very close relationship, and it enables. So people get drunk or they drink a lot, and then their inhibitions, which usually stop them from beating their wives or children, then come out and enable them to behave in a way that's not acceptable.
And this study, and the reason I mentioned Ga-Rankuwa in my intro is not to say that it's confined to Ga-Rankuwa, but you did the study in Ga-Rankuwa and Thembalethu in the Southern Cape with the intention of generalizing the patterns that you were finding to comparable areas. Tell me about you're saying that you were alarmed by the prevalence of alcohol outlets in residential areas, and you're saying that this contributes to harmful drinking patterns.
Yes. So what has been found worldwide, and one of the ways that the World Health Organization thinks about alcohol control and reducing harm from alcohol, is that if you restrict access, so if people can't get it immediately when they feel like they need it, people drink less. and they drink in a less harmful way. And we know in many of our areas, I just want to say, sorry, that this was also a pilot study. So what has happened is the study is now moving to other areas in South Africa, but in other countries. So we're also in Botswana, Lesotho, and Namibia. And the idea is that we're wanting to look in different countries and see whether it's different or if it's the same.
Prof, very quickly, sorry, Prof, I've got to come in there. You are urging then, along with your partners, government to adopt what you're calling evidence-based measures. What do those include?
So those include making sure that the outlets that people can get to are A, licensed, B, that they have restricted hours, so that they're not open 24/7. They close at midnight, which is what they're doing in Limpopo, and then they just are. That we also want alcohol to be more expensive. At the moment, beer is incredibly cheap, and we're saying increase the price, decrease availability, control the time, just make sure that the access is restricted.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time. That's Professor Susan Goldstein, who is the Deputy Director and COO at the South African Medical Research Council's Center for Health Economics and Decision Science, talking to us about this recent study that was done into the prevalence of alcohol and the linkages with gender-based violence. And that brings us to 7 a.m. Let's check in with N. Musa with the latest news.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news. Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
In our top stories, suspects in AKA and Tibbs murder case to appear in court, and a standoff between ANC and Sanko intensifies. Good morning. 5 men charged with the murder of rapper Keenan aka Forbes are due to appear in the Durban Magistrates Court again today. AKA and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane were gunned down outside a restaurant in February last year. The court has granted the state a final postponement for further police investigations in August. This after the state prosecutor told the court more arrests may follow, depending on the outcome of an investigation into a payment of 800,000 Rand to one of the accused who allegedly played a key role in the murders. Meanwhile, 2 other suspects who were arrested in Eswatini are appealing against their extradition order. The Polokwane High Court in Limpopo has suspended the order of execution granted to the sheriff of the court to attach movable properties of the Makhado local municipality pending an appeal. The municipality is challenging the order that saw the sheriff attach 2 vehicles and a grader to recover money owed to a service provider. The municipality owes 2.4 million Rand to a security company. Michael Makungo reports.
In a judgment handed down on Thursday, the court said the warrant of execution issued by the Register of the High Court is suspended pending the final determination of the leave to appeal. The court also directed the sheriff of the court to return property to the municipality with immediate effect pending finalization of the matter. The Makhado municipality was not yet ready to comment on the matter, while the lawyer representing the service provider could not be reached for comment.
The standoff between the ANC in the northwest and one of its alliance partners in the province, Sanko, is deepening. Sanko has now announced it's disengaging from all alliance activities. The civic organization is accusing the ANC of sidelining them during decision-making processes. The 2 parties have been at each other's throats since the resignation of the former Northwest Legislature Deputy Speaker, who's also Sanko's provincial chairperson, after allegations that affect his matric certificate. Sanko's provincial secretary is Mukhumutsi Musheshe.
We believe that certain things are not addressed, and even where Sanko is sitting, equally we have worked elections, and we're all over making sure that the African National Congress wins the elections. And when other decisions are taken, we believe that we are sidelined as the province. The African National Congress doesn't take us serious or it doesn't take us as equal partners in this alliance.
Meanwhile, the provincial ANC spokesperson Tumelo Maruping has accused some within SANCO of provoking the tension between the two alliance partners, emphasizing that there's no bad blood between them.
You can see that there are individual pockets within SANCO who are trying something that we don't understand, but SANCO as a structure is not in bad blood with the African National Congress, and we are hoping that those individual comrades will wake up in due course and understand that we don't join the ANC for material gains, because once you go to a certain municipality or a certain deployment in the provincial legislature, you become a deployee of the ANC. You don't represent SANCO.
SANCO has, however, dismissed the ANC's assertion, saying the decision to disengage from all alliance activities was taken by the provincial leadership. President Cyril Ramaphosa says since the announcement of measures to address the recent spate of foodborne illnesses, nearly 200,000 spaza shops have been visited and more than 1,000 spaza shops, supermarkets and warehouses have been closed down. He says large quantities of goods have also been confiscated and numerous fines have been issued for bylaws violations. Ramaphosa was delivering the annual address to the National Council of Provinces in Cape Town.
The recent spate of foodborne illnesses has highlighted the risks that are associated with these enterprises. The tragic deaths of a number of children after eating food bought from some of these outlets has required urgent and decisive action to prevent the contamination of food by harmful substances, particularly pesticides, that are being sold unlawfully.
Further afield, and finally, riot police in Georgia have used pepper spray and water cannon against protesters who took to the streets after the government suspended moves to join the European Union until 2028. A standoff is continuing in the capital, with demonstrators setting up burning barricades. The BBC's Rehan Dimitri reports.
The Georgian Dream Party have consolidated influence in pretty much all of the government institutions. The last remaining independent institution is the president's office, and Salome Zurabishvili turned up in the protest rally on Thursday night. She confronted some of the riot police, saying, "Why are you here? Are you defending Georgia or are you defending Russia?" She called on the European Union to help this country hold new elections.
Recapping the top story, 5 men charged with the murder of rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, are due to appear in the Durban Magistrates Court again today. Aka and his friend Tibelo Tips Mutswane were gunned down outside a restaurant in February last year. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
Everyone's looking for Black Friday savings, but have you thought of saving on your car insurance? Get a quote, and if Outsurance can't beat your premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Monthly savings if they are cheaper, or cash in your pocket. SMS out to 30754 to switch and save today. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, where you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Exiting Mamelodi, Pretoria's Mamelodi region, Solomon Mshlangu, very heavy through Bronkhorstspruit Road and down towards the N4 highway this morning. Staying with Solomon Mshlangu, lights are off at Gausfontein. That's a hangover from yesterday, so quite a heavy backlog working through there. And the N12 heading towards Soweto, big delays from sort of Xavier Street through Southgate through Uncle Charlie's in towards the Deep Cliff interchange. If you're on your way to Soweto using the Southern Freeway, it is all badly backed up. Durban, the first of today's breakdowns, already with us on the N2 South from Gither Road road to Spaghetti Junction. Heavy pressure back past Inunda Road. Add a crash going northbound up at the Gateway exit just before Gateway. So if you're on your way to the airport, quite a heavy backlog moving up from the Komarshu Highway side already. A bit of a slowdown at Cliffdale to watch out for. That's pretty much an all-day thing these days. It can sort of blow out to about an hour plus of queue times, depending on the incident that happens in amongst the roadworks. Cape Town, if you're going in around the Khayelitsha, a crash on Spine Road at Jeff Decay Masamola, that is quite slow. And a report of a bunch of cyclists and a motorcycle involved in a collision bottom of Prince George Drive by Capricorn Circle down in the Muizenberg area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. It is cricket. Marco Jansen, together with Themba Bavuma, are the stars for the Proteas. They finished day 2 of the first test against Sri Lanka in Durban firmly on top. And the world number 2 in tennis, Iga Swiatek, has accepted a 1-month doping suspension.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
9 minutes after 7 on this Friday. Good morning, South Africa. This is the Morning Brief on SAFM. We are into the second hour of the show. Let me tell you what's coming up in the next few minutes. The EFF's National Chairperson, Veronica Mente, is standing by to speak to me, and she'll be talking about giving the party's reaction to the Auditor General's report that has revealed, among others, that 38.8 billion rand was spent on unauthorized expenditure during the 2023 to 2024 financial year. The EFF saying that this amount highlights the entrenched culture of corruption and lawlessness within government and its departments. So that conversation is coming up in a moment. We'll also tell you about this. We raised this issue earlier on. The Eastern Cape Department of Public Works and Infrastructure writing to landlords from whom it rents office and other space, and basically telling them, tough luck. You won't get paid. We're not able to pay you for the next 5 months, citing what they're calling, quote unquote, unforeseen circumstances out of our control. That is what the Eastern Cape Department is saying there. So the department won't talk to us. We reached out to them, but the DA will, and will gladly take them that conversation in the next few minutes. And then among the issues that we've been debating and raising with you this morning is the question of, should terminally ill people be allowed to make the choice to die with the assistance of a medical professional? And the context for it is that it's a question that is going to be front and center in Britain's parliament today. But it has resonance, of course, as you know, within our own shores. And some civil society organizations have long campaigned for what is known as the right to die in this country, especially for people who are, terminally ill and would rather die with dignity than continue to suffer. So you can weigh in on those and other topics this morning. I'll take your calls. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes on 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The second hour of the Friday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
We definitely know what good insurance is. Our insurance don't delay when it comes to any claims. If something happens to one of our vehicles on the road, service delivery is the main thing.
They make sure that you are a satisfied customer from the beginning to the end.
It's definitely a win-win with our insurance.
Switch to Business Outsurance today, and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
All right, let's turn to the story. The Economic Freedom Fighters says it is not surprised by the findings of Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke on the government's financial mismanagement and overspending. The AG's report has revealed that 38.8 billion rand was spent on unauthorized expenditure during the 2023 to 2024 financial year. Let's welcome Veronica Mente, who is the EFF National Chairperson. Good morning to you, ma'am, and thank you for your time. So the part of the picture that the Auditor General painted was a picture of improving management of public finances, at least at provincial and national government level. But you are saying that you are not surprised, and it talks to a culture of corruption. Do you not share the sentiment that there's a level of improvement?
Good morning, my brother. Good morning to the listeners at home, and thank you for having us. No, it is not, because also the improvement does not speak to the real improvement. I'll give you an example of the improvement is not necessarily a real improvement. An improvement is the fact that now they can declare the wrongdoing, they can declare the corruption, they can tell the South Africans that we are corrupt. An example is OR Tambo municipality, where there has been rampant corruption throughout to such an extent that there was a time in OR Tambo where there were two councils running parallel in the last administration before 2021. And after they had kind of corrected that, and had a proper council with one mayor, one speaker, because at the time there was a speaker's group, a mayor's group, and then an MM that was siding with one of the other. Now that they have a proper MM and a CFO and a mayor and a speaker, they are running the council properly. Now they can have financial statements and declare all their financial mismanagement as to who ate what, who paid in advance, which services were paid and were never delivered, and all of that. And that now is disregarded, is disregarding the fact that it is corruption, but the fact that they have declared it, now they have spoken out about it, and they've declared it in the financial statements to say, we have taken a 10 million, paid someone in advance, they didn't deliver services. It's now that is regarded as an improvement. It's not an improvement because service delivery did not come.
So you're saying the reporting is improving, but the controls themselves on public finances are not?
Absolutely.
So where are the gaps? Where is it failing? I mean, you participate in the legislatures and you are part of the committees and others that are intended to hold public officials to account. What are the weaknesses you are identifying that are leading to this situation that you are saying is not improving?
The first gap that we have identified, firstly, it was with the AG herself when we had an interaction with the AG. I serve in the Standing Committee of the Auditor General in Parliament. And when we met with her, we asked her if ever the mechanisms that are utilized in order to detect the mismanagement of money in South Africa are going to be better. If a person says, I have stolen the money, therefore you must look at me as a better person, that is incorrect. The correct way is to say, if ever I have misused money, it means I am not qualified to have a clean or a better audit. You must put me with the people that everyone must see I am misusing the money. So to say I am not qualified, I have just findings, it's not. You must qualify me, you must give me findings, and you must give me material findings that are going to showcase the fact that money is being mismanaged. That's the first thing that must happen, because if ever in terms of audit, we are going to look like we are better when we are not, that is incorrect in the face of the people. Secondly, is how we hold the executive to account. Now we have a GNU. Previously, we had a majority party that would shield officials through the ministers and not answer questions adequately. Now we are trying to get a mechanism in Parliament wherein a minister is going to have a session with a member. A session where you are going to ask different questions until you get a better answer. Because number one, if ever a minister does not answer and the speaker feels like you are harassing the minister, they can come in and say, no, the minister have answered, so we cannot prescribe to a minister how to answer. That is nonsense. we must prescribe to the minister. If I'm asking a minister, why did you pay 10 million rand in advance for a service delivery in OR Tambo to build a dam, yet there is not even a pipe being delivered at a construction site? A minister cannot say, no, that is a matter of OR Tambo and therefore it's none of my business.
Yeah. All right. I've got to thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Veronica Mente, who is the EFF National Chairperson.
Adventure awaits on Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, South Africa's SAFTA award-winning reality show, Saturday evenings at 7:30 on S3. Follow the journey of 7 celebs as they team up with 7 loyal fans and influencers to compete in a series of grueling physical and mental challenges. The beach is hot, but the treasure is even hotter, with more than R1 million in prizes up for grabs. Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, Saturday evenings at 7:30. Repeat Fridays at 6 and Monday at 2 p.m. Only on S3.
Are you blowing your paycheck on car insurance every month? Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 Rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
Give our insurance a call. It's a win-win. You can't lose.
Real savings, real benefits. Here's Yusuf.
Help it out. The service was quick. Absolutely phenomenal service from our insurance.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Thulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
7:20 on this Friday. So I told you earlier on about this issue in the Eastern Cape. On Monday this week, the province's acting head of department in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure deciding that it's a good idea to write to all landlords from whom the department rents office and other space on its own behalf, but also on behalf of other government departments, telling them that the department, due to what she calls unforeseen circumstances out of its control, will be unable to meet its rental, utility charges and other commitments owed to them during the period of November 2024 to March 2025. We reached out to the department, but they were not forthcoming, not wanting to come through and talk to us. But someone who is Dr. Malcolm Fig, who is the DA Shadow MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. Good morning to you, Doc. Thank you for your time. Just this letter, when I saw it on the Facebook page of the Eastern Cape-based communications professional Simtandile Ford, I honestly had to do a double take and say, I don't know, maybe it's not real. You are aware of this, and what's your understanding of the circumstances around it?
Thulasizwe, thank you for inviting me. Like yourself, I also had to read it a couple of times. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my voice. Okay, sorry. I also had to read it a couple of times. I thought it was fake news. I had to inquire from colleagues of mine whether this is true, because it cannot be that there's a department who has a responsibility that says that unforeseen circumstances out of its control. That, for me, doesn't make sense, because surely they're supposed to be in control of the services that they provide. Yeah, we have a department that has now spent recently. They've just spent 65 million rand on a project with nothing to show. Now, I'm making mention of that project because that was a project where funds had been spent to replace this 200 million rand a year to Buffalo City municipality, and as a result of it, there's nothing. The other day, I went there to the precinct, or what should have been a precinct, and I was shocked for what I saw. There was nothing. All that was there was a fence, and it was to the ground. There is nothing above ground. So it's shocking. Out of control. It can't be. Yeah, we have a department that is overexpending. They are under collecting revenue, and yeah, they are making a statement that it's out of their control. Clearly, there is a dysfunction in the department, the lack of leadership, and hence we have a situation like this. We can't have it where landlords.
Yeah. So you and I don't know what these unforeseen circumstances out of its control are, but it's interesting, at least to me, the timing, that it's the last few months of the financial year during which there will be no payment. So you knowing the finances of the department and their management, What's your sense? What could these unforeseen circumstances be?
So first of all, it's criminal. Let me just make mention of that. To expect landlords, and we're going to get to that, to not receive payment for which they are providing services. But these unexpected or unforeseen circumstances, it must be bad planning, because they have a plan for monies that they receive from government, from national treasury, and now they are quoting that there is unforeseen circumstances. I tried to get hold of the head of department yesterday, and there was no response. I sent a message. So what I'm going to do is I will submit questions to the MEC, and maybe we can get an answer from her as to why or what these unforeseen circumstances are.
Lastly, how problematic is this whole issue of the management of leases? I saw some reference in some reporting about, court cases, for example, where there had been leases that had been cancelled. How is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure managing that portfolio of properties that they lease on their own behalf, but also on behalf of other government departments?
Are you talking about leasing out?
Yes, that they are leasing from landlords.
Or from landlords, I beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah, well, it is problematic. First of all, I can assure you that in some instances, they are probably paying to landlords that for properties they might not even be occupying. That's one of the problems, hence this over expenditure in the department. And I believe that just the mismanagement is just, it's not there. The leadership, as I said earlier, that is where the problem is. So as long as they do not plan, as long as they do not deliver services, the landlords are going to suffer and have a bleak Christmas, because they are not being paid for the services that they have rendered. And 5 months, it's unacceptable. It's nearly half a year. Right. These service providers have obligations, and as a result of that, they are unable to fulfill their obligations because of the ineptitude of the Department of Public Works.
Dr. Malcolm Fig, thank you for your time this morning. He is the DA Shadow MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in the Eastern Cape.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
At 7:25, let's turn to this now. The Zimbabwe exemption permit ZEP holders say it will be impossible for them to meet today's deadline to apply for a further 1-year exemption. They say this is because of backlogs at the Department of Home Affairs offices. ZEP holders need to apply for the 1-year exemption that will allow them to stay and work in the country until November 2025. Let's bring into the conversation Advocate Simba Chitando, who is representing ZEP Permit Holders Association. Good morning to you, Advocate, and thank you for your time. So tell me about the deadline and the ability of the people that you represent and on behalf of whom you speak to meet it. Why is it not possible for these people to meet the deadline?
There's several reasons. We mentioned one, which is the backlogs, not at Home Affairs offices. It's important for me, there's a distinction. There's a company called VFS that is the client-facing body or company that Home Affairs have, that Home Affairs uses for ZDP holders and basically all foreign nationals to apply for visas or permits in South Africa. And there's backlogs there. That is clear. There's difficulties to get appointments, etc. There's so many issues there. There's other backlogs, as you know, that I'm sure you know, and your listeners would know, that the ZDP issue is running for several years now. It started off with the DZP for 4 years, then I think it was 5 years, and then I think it was 4 years of ZSP and ZDP, another 4, and then it's been extended several times since. It came to a natural, what is supposed to expire naturally in terms of that permits and the conditions of that permit. There have been court applications, and what has happened throughout that time is that the ZDP holders' passports, many of them have expired, because we're talking about several years here. And they need to get new passports, and they're struggling to get those passports on time to apply for permits to put into their new valid passports. So they're being hit on both sides. They're being hit with the backlogs of getting new passports, we hit with the backlogs at the VFS.
Sure.
So then it's a crisis.
So,
nobody can.
So the backlogs in passports, I imagine, is on the Zimbabwean side of things, is it?
That will be on the Zimbabwean side. In the case of the passports, for those, I mean, there are ZDP holders who have valid passports already, and obviously, I'm not speaking about them, but those that are, a ZDP holder whose passport expired, say, for instance, expired today, cannot get a passport. Cannot get a passport, can they? Or last week or a month ago. Then we've got that's apart from the backlog of VFS.
Yeah.
So it's a crisis. To be fair, in some cases between the two documenting bodies being South Africa and Zimbabwe. That's true, but the most pressing is the deadline. The deadline here. There's no deadline to get a Zimbabwean passport.
Yeah.
But there's a deadline to get today's deadline for this ZDP.
What will you say to someone who asks a question, why can't Zimbabwean passport holders, Zimbabwean nationals in South Africa, working in South Africa, move over to one of the other categories of visas, particularly work visas, given the context of the ZEP having been a special dispensation when the country was deemed to be in crisis? Someone will say, Zimbabwe has had elections and things are proceeding in that country. There's no longer a crisis. Why do we still need a special dispensation? Why not just move over to work permits like everyone else?
Your point is very merit. There's a lot of merit in your point. There is no crisis, in my view, in Zimbabwe. I agree with you there. I would just say that things have changed, not since the DZP started, the crisis that you're mentioning that started this whole process in 2008. The DZP was introduced in 2009 because of the economic conditions in Zimbabwe. So things have changed significantly. But what has happened now is that the people on these permits have built homes, they've got lives here, they've got children in school, they can't up and leave. And the migration to valid permits and visas has been difficult because of the conditions that were placed on the ZEP to begin with, which prohibited ZEP holders from applying for permanent residence.
Okay.
They should be allowed to apply for permanent residence, in my view.
All right, thank you for that. That's Advocate Simba Chitando. He represents ZEP Permit Holders Association, talking to us this morning. At 7:31, let's check in with N. Musa for the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us in the headlines. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to visit the Stilfontein area in the northwest today. This is his second visit to the province this month. 5 men charged with the murder of rapper Keenan aka Forbes are due to appear in the Durban Magistrates Court again today. Forbes and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane were gunned down outside a restaurant in February last year. And the World Health Organization has urged countries to improve vigilance for bird flu to prevent it from spreading to humans. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Latest on Pretoria's N1 South stays heavy from Garsfontein, Atterbury Road side all the way down towards the R21 highway. Joburg, big traffic on the N12 Southern bypass just after Xavier Street. You're going to sit down through Uncle Charlie's on your way slowly to the Diepkloof interchange. If you're on your way to Soweto or connections to the N1 South Bloem or trying to get through the Potchefstroom bottom section of the N12 Southern bypass, very heavy. Also queues coming into Joburg at Crossmere through the construction. That's quite heavy this Friday. Durban, 2 problems going north. A crash on the M4 more up by Virginia Airport on your way to Umhlanga. That's heavy. And a crash on the N2 northbound before Gateway in the roadworks. That's a heavy queue. Right back through to sort of Queen Nandi Drive territory. It's well back past the Komashu Highway exit. Cape Town, a crash going into Khayelitsha on Spine Road at Jefta K Masemola. That's heavy from the N2 Highway exit. Maybe use Muway as your alternative route off the highway to get into Khayelitsha. Crash on the M3 at Woolsack Drive. That's after Newlands. So the M3 in the Cape Town queues heavily this morning from to top of Wynberg Hill up through Newlands and all the way down to Hospital Bend. And the N7 Jakes Curvale Drive very heavy, sitting from Vangate Mall through to Beaufort Circle in Epping. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
So Zai, Sri Lanka have made history at the hands of South Africa, but it's not the kind of history you want to be making.
No, I don't know what to say. What a collapse. I think if you blinked twice, you'd miss that whole match.
Yo.
That's how quick it went. Sri Lanka 42 all out. And I don't know if this is bowling figures or lotto numbers, but Marco Jansen, 7 of 13 balls from 6.5 overs, together with Gerald Coetzee taking 2 wickets from 18 balls and Kagiso Rabada with 1 wicket of 10 balls. Now, Sri Lanka's men's previous lowest test innings was 71 against Pakistan in Kandy, and that was way back in 1994. Let's hear now from Marco Jansen.
Was all over the show, if you ask me. So obviously we saw the bowlers doing quite a bit, so that was a very good sign for us. But when the sun came out this morning, we didn't think it was going to nip as much still. But yeah, when we saw the ball was moving around, we liked the look of it, and we knew if we put the ball in the right area, we'll make things happen.
Onto soccer, and the success of Magesi FC in the Carling knockout last weekend was just another proof of the depth of talent in the Limpopo province. According to Motsepe Foundation Championship side Leruma FC's head coach Mpo Maleka, Magesi shocked the footballing community in South Africa last Saturday. They beat the mighty Mamelodi Sundowns 2-1, coming back from 1-0 down, and this achievement is just inside their first 3 months in top-flight football. Maleka, who hails from Limpopo, says this proves that his home province is rich with talent.
It has been there. Go back to those days of Andres Sebola, Gerald Rapatlela. As we came in, we took over the baton. We gave the baton to others. It has been there. That's why that province is called the province of stars. So it's not by mistake to say that, but I'm just happy with what we are doing in our province. And to the owners and the sports in general, the municipalities, they have to come out and help the province to improve by giving them the right facilities. But otherwise, so far so good. I'm happy with my province.
Let's go elsewhere. Chelsea continuing their perfect run in the Conference League with a 2-0 win over Heidenheim, thanks to heroic performances from their goalkeeper Philip Jorgensen following Christopher Nkunku's opener. And another match saw Rasmus Højlund scoring twice to hand Ruben Amorim his first win at Manchester United as they came from behind to beat Bodo Glimt 3-2 in the Europa League. All happened at Old Trafford. Matt Hummels atoned for conceding an early penalty by firing a late equaliser for Roma, and that was an action-packed 2-2 draw at Tottenham Hotspur. Rugby, the veteran loose forward David Evers is relishing the opportunity to tackle the Sharks for the Stormers in the first coastal derby in the URC in Durban tomorrow. Speaking in the build-up to the Kings Park clash, he says he's looking forward to the challenge with over 200 caps for Exeter Chiefs and a track record that includes a Champions Cup title victory. A 34-year-old brings a hard edge for Don John Dobson's Chargers. And finally, tennis, the world number 2 and 5-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek accepting a 1-month suspension for testing positive for a banned substance. The 23-year-old reigning French Open champion tested positive for a heart medication known as TMZ in an out-of-competition sample in October 2024 when she was world number 1. The International Tennis Integrity Agency has accepted it was caused by contamination of the regulated non-prescription medication melatonin manufactured and sold in Poland, which Swiatek took for jet lag as well as sleep issues. That's how we wrap it up here on the Morning Brief Sport. There'll be more top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning to you once again, Dowling. So there's a new boxer in the ring in the JSE main board. You see what I did there?
I see, and I absolutely love it. So the JSE closing this year's listing season with a bang. That's as Boxer's share price jumped 17% in its market debut on the main board. The initial issue price was about 54 Rand, but in its opening trade, it traded 4.4 million shares for about 63 Rand. The company's market cap sits at 30 billion Rand, surpassing its parent company, Pick n Pay's valuation of 22 billion Rand. Now, there has been some concerns around Boxer's shareholding structure and its ability to operate autonomously. Pick n Pay holds about 66% of the retailer, while the remaining 34% is available to the market. Yesterday, I spoke to the company's CEO, Marek Masoyada, and he confirmed that they will be operating independently. He further said a separate board for Boxer has been created following the JSE listing. Now, Boxer wraps up the listings for 2024. The JSE's Valdine Reddy said that this has been the best year for listings on the exchange in 6 years, with Boxer being the 7th listing for the year. Reddy attributed the momentum shift in the macroeconomic environment to the increase in listings. But it's also important to note that so far this year, there has been 10 delistings, lower than last year, but still higher than the number of new listings.
So let's stick with the theme of retailers. SPAR has had this turnaround strategy that they are implementing, and it seems it's beginning to bear fruit.
That's right, Thulas. You know, SPAR has been dealing with major issues, including addressing the fallout from its failed SAP IT project in KZN and just making way with selling off its non-core assets. And it's making, or rather that strategy is gaining traction. It's been able to find a buyer for its polish operations, and it's been able to contain the fallout of that SAP project. During the full year period, those turnaround efforts have boosted the financial performance. The retailer reported a 4% increase in turnover, driven by strong performances from its South African and Irish operations. Despite a challenging trading environment, the group's profit grew by close to 21%. SPAR's SA operations, which account for about 55% of its almost 4,600 stores, reported a 3.7% increase in turnover. The core grocery and liquor turnover rose by 3.6%, with SPAR private label sales growing by 7%. In the meantime, the group's Irish operation, BWG Group, reported a 2.8% increase in turnover in euros, but its Swiss operations were under pressure, with turnover declining by 6.2% in Swiss franc terms. Looking ahead, SPAR expects the operating environment to remain somewhat challenging with ongoing inflationary pressures, but the group believes that its tiered private label approach is well placed to offer better value for all shopping budgets.
Please give us another recap of the markets here at home and elsewhere.
Starting off in Asia, stocks in that region trading mostly higher, with Chinese markets making the biggest gains. The Shanghai index is up just over 1.7%. Now, traders on that front are digesting Japanese inflation figures. Consumer prices, they're accelerating more than expected, raising bids for another Bank of Japan rate hike. Over in Wall Street, futures in the green following thin trading as those markets were closed yesterday. U.S. markets will be open for a half day today, so things will probably only start really picking up next Monday. Then back at home, it was red screens with the all-share closing in negative territory. Looking at the currency markets now, the Rand making gains this morning following a week, or rather weeks, of losses after that Trump victory. It's sitting at 18.05 to the dollar.
All right, thank you for that. That's Ntauling Lechela. She'll be back with one more update for you on business, economics, and the markets, and that will happen just after 8:30 ahead of the resumption of trade on the JSE.
We definitely know what good insurance is. Our insurance don't delay when it comes to any claims. If something happens to one of our vehicles on the road, service delivery is the main thing.
They make sure that you are a satisfied customer from the beginning to the end.
is definitely a win-win with OUTsurance.
Switch to Business OUTsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Think festive season. Can you hear it? See it? Now imagine it purple. Yes, forget the tinsel because Click season is purple. It's that time of the year for the famous Clicks 3 for 2 purple sticker promotion. Mix and match any 3 festive gifts with a purple sticker and get the cheapest one free. Clicks. Feel good, pay less. Deals valid until 24 December or while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
Mzansi Afrika. Bafana have qualified for AFCON 2025 with an unbeaten record. For decades, the SABC stood by Bafana when few believed. It has been our honor to champion our national heroes through every twist and turn. We witnessed their hard work, challenges, and incredible resilience. This victory is not just for the team, but for all of us who have held on to hope and pride in our nation's talent. Big ups to the entire team for inspiring the nation and the supporters for the never give up attitude. Together, we've shown what true perseverance can achieve. Hashtag the power of perseverance. SABC Sport.
Thank you for supporting Bafana. For the love of the game.
Africa Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning to Sipho Mantula for that. Sipho, so voting happened on Wednesday in Namibia. Why, oh why, are we still talking about voting on the Friday of the week of elections?
Thulas, we are still having challenges. Remember yesterday in the Jumbo Africa Refresh Moon. Thulas, remember yesterday we touched on the results still trickling in or counting, by the way. But now the Electoral Commission yesterday was under pressure from the opposition, saying that they must engage with them, but that there were some 15 polling stations in the region that were still in the process of voting. They say due to the shortage of the ballot papers. Remember, in any election, Thulas, the key instrument is that the ballot paper, the voter's roll is clear. There is an ink, there is an effective counting, and that's where you find that people say it was chaotic, waiting for 12 hours on a hot day in that country. Thulas, it is very sad that after 6 elections that the Electoral Commission of Namibia, they have conducted or even facilitated, they can delay in this stage. So this way you find that even opposition is lamenting, asking people not to vote. There's no counting. They might even take matters to the court already because there is a high expectation from the opposition after this election of Wednesday.
And the situation in Mozambique has now attracted the attention of the US and the UK, with some demands being made there.
That is quite true, Thulas, that they are calling for investigations into the killing that has been going on, and there are issues from Nampula City. You look at Beira, you look at the capital city. There are challenges there, Thulas. You look at the cross borders between South Africa and the torturing of some of the buildings, and that's where you find that there is a challenge that even if it comes from UK and the US, it is still raising a lot of issues, Thulas, in terms of our SADC bodies, our AU. How do we deal with the post-election violence that the international community's interest in Mozambique should also be looked with a very clear looks, because the African government, our neighbors also, you look at South Africa, Zimbabwe, cannot be quiet, Thulas, with what is currently happening in Mozambique, rather than to listen to Washington as well as Britain.
Absolutely. In South Sudan, tell me about President Salva Kiir's confirmation that elections will be held in December 2026. They were due this year, were they not?
No, absolutely. They were due this year, but Salva Kiir was talking to the Governors Forum yesterday, Thulas, raising the commitment of December 2026, but having already missed December 2024, which is very sad because this came from what they know as the Tumano, or what they call as the peace agreement of 2018, that paved the way for the transitional government and also for the elections in 2024, which never happened. So this Tumani initiative, it was that agreement that was signed in Addis Ababa. Very important that in the governors forum there to touch on humanitarian crisis, that the South Sudan is having almost 9 people that will require humanitarian aid to us. Despite that, there's still a conflict in the North Sudan, but the South Sudan has delayed since 2018 to can realize their implementation of that peace agreement by having elections. To the government that got independence almost 11 years ago.
Yeah. So tell me about Nigeria and this state visit to Paris. It's interesting, is it not, given that Nigeria is not traditionally part of what was known as Francophone Africa?
Absolutely, it was part of the Anglophone, as we will say, to that. But the Jagaban Bola Tinubu visiting France, they say for the first time in 24 years that a Nigerian president engages with Paris. And it was more about the economic issues, foreign investment, and also how to get into the issue of the Sahel, because Nigeria was part of ECOWAS, was managing the Sahel revolution, and now maybe France had to call them and say, how do we now establish what they call Franco-Niger Business Council Forum between Macron and Bola Tinubu. But this meeting is very important to us, because I think France is just trying to share notes and to understand the Sahel question, and also it might be the national interest of both France and Nigeria.
Lastly, Sipho, in your historical archives, you're taking us back to 29 November 2003. What happened at the Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town?
That was the 466 concert of the former late President Nelson Mandela Thulas. Very important 21 years ago what happened. And this 466 Thulas, very short to the listeners, is coming from 1964 when he was in prison in Robben Island. He was prisoner 466 in that year. And that festival was very important because it was a campaign by the late President Nelson Mandela against AIDS in the continent. And artists who performed to us, for me, of note was Baba Mala, Yosun Do, Angelido Kijo, Jimmy Cliff, Johnny Clegg, Lady Smith Black, Mambazo. For me, to us, I say Peter Gabriel, actually, finally. For me, that is Friday. Let us lessen our content on the continent. It's too much that we do report to us on conflicts and elections.
Yes.
But I thought this festival was very important to just remind our listeners as
Absolutely.
we are getting into the Reconciliation Month and the 1st of December being the 8th day, but also as assuming the G20 presidents.
All right, Sipho. Have a great weekend. That's Sipho Mantula there with your Africa update. Just a mix and a sampling of some of the stories on the continent that you are aware of or should be aware of.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A bit of backlog on Joburg Gen 3 this morning, going northbound. A bit unusual for a Friday. It's normally a little bit lighter across the board, but today from Ilan, interchange in Germiston right through to Modderfontein Road up via Gilulis. It's already busy. Crash at the Deepcliff interchange is the problem. The N12 going from Xavier Street down through Uncle Charlie's on your way towards connections onto the N1 at Deepcliff interchange. Quite a heavy backlog reported and noticeable through there. Pretoria, pretty easy Friday with a couple of exceptions. One is queues on Solomon Mishlangu coming out of Mamelodi down towards the N4. Going to be asked to sit in some traffic there. And then lights are down Solomon Mishlangu and Garsfontein. So that's busy. And the N1 South backlog from Garsfontein through the R21. Not as busy as normal, but Friday mornings obviously carry lighter volumes. And you can see that heavy, but not as bad as normal. Durban, 2 problems heading north today up towards the airport area. Important that you know this. The M4, Ruthfirst Highway, crash up by the M41 at Mshlango. So that's heavy from Blue Lagoon, moving up through Durban, north past Virginia Airport and the Lucia Mall in towards Mshlango. Very heavy traffic there. And the alternative N2 also under pressure with the crash going into Gateway, and that backlog through from McQueen Nundy Drive. And because those 2 routes are jam-packed, in the middle of Mshlango Rocks Drive, taking a bit of pressure as well. Roadworks back on the M13, moving through Pine Town towards Fields Hill. So quite a backlog from St John's Avenue Bridge territory. Cape Town this morning, the N7, Jakes Kerbell Drive remains under pressure from Vangate Mall all the way through to Beaufort Circle. There's a crash and faulty traffic lights on the Kuberg Road at Tanzanite Road. That's out by Macro. So if you're coming out of that side of Tableview past the refinery. Some additional delays, and traffic lights are still down. Bosman's Dam at the N7, behind that through Boortesak and Edgemead. It's all quite heavily backed up. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Outsurance are experts in what they do.
They get to understand what type of business are you doing so that they can insure you properly.
It actually validates why we're with them. If you haven't called Outsurance yet, what are you waiting for?
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Everybody needs an island adventure. Think about it. White sandy beaches, tall coconut trees, the sun shining down on you. Moments that will have you singing, "When the water's so blue." Well, this is no typical island adventure. 18 contestants will spend 39 days on the island of the idols, strategizing, backstabbing, forging and breaking alliances. Here, their meals aren't guaranteed. They eat what they catch. One mistake or betrayal might get them kicked off the island. It's a battle for $1 million on Survivor 39. Channel your best reality with Survivor Season 39. Island of the Idols, Thursdays at 6 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Hey neighbor, heard of any Black Friday specials?
Nah bro, no Black Friday for me, eh? These people always take me for a ride.
Not at We Buy Cars. You could take yourself for a ride in one of their many cars on their floor.
Okay, I'm listening.
They have massive price drops and this Black Friday is their Black Tie Day. Just arrive in any formal attire and you can double your discount on their specials wheel.
No man, impossible. Now you taking me for a ride.
Genuine. Take yourself for a ride to any We Buy Cars and see for yourself.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to buy a car this Black Friday.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
6 minutes to 8 here on the show. AfriForum will be back in the High Court in Pretoria this morning in a bid to get more than 100 municipalities that implemented unlawful electricity tariffs on 1 July 2024 to pay the money back to affected consumers. This comes after the Supreme Court of Appeal last week granted NERSA, the energy regulator, and the South African Local Government Association leave to appeal before a full bench of the High Court against a June ruling that the tariff increases were unlawful. Let's bring into the conversation Morne Mostert, who is the manager of local government affairs at AfriForum. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. So I'm a bit confused. If the Supreme Court of Appeal said NERSA and SALGA can appeal before a full bench of the High Court, why are you as AfriForum back in the High Court before that appeal before a full bench is done and dusted?
It's NASA, and good morning, and it was NASA and SALGA that wanted to directly petition an appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeal. Basically, the court then denied it to say, now you should rather go back to a full bench at the High Court. For today's application, we are the application is for a Rule 18.3 order, which basically means that in the event that there is an appeal process, the order that was granted previously can be implemented at the same time that we are waiting for the appeal proceeding. So usually when you appeal a case, the order loses its power. But because of the application we are requesting today is for the order to be implemented, while we can argue about the court case later, the lack of implementation of the order is causing damages to electricity users that are now paying a higher amount that is basically illegal if the order is implemented.
As you rightly say, in terms of the rules, when a matter is on appeal, the implementation of the order is naturally and as a default point suspended, that implementation, unless irreparable harm will be suffered by one of the parties. So is that your argument, that unless the order that was given in June that says the tariff increases implemented by these municipalities are unlawful unless that is implemented, even pending the appeal. The people you represent will suffer irreparable harm?
It's not only the people that we represent, it's all energy consumers within South Africa. Given the state of municipalities, the municipality will now need to reapply the previous year or last year's electricity tariff on all its users. Now, you can say that it might be simple for normal electricity users that get a invoice or an account at the end of the month, but for any prepaid user, it's going to be a nightmare, and they are going to be the largest group of people that will face irreparable harm, because the current systems implemented by municipalities and the electricity sector, it is almost impossible for any municipality to recalculate the date in which the tokens was bought, the date in which the tokens that was granted on that date. All of that information ensures that municipalities will make irreparable harm to electricity consumers, specifically with prepaid users as well. And I think it brings back to the larger question, is that electricity licensees must ensure that they comply with the legislation, and it's NASA's responsibility to ensure compliance.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, it is NASA this mess that is now being generated is done by NASA itself, not applying the specific legislation to municipal licensees within South Africa.
Doesn't the argument cut both ways? And I suspect you might be asked this. The irreparable harm you're talking about of electricity users paying what is an unlawful, at least according to the order in June, an unlawful tariff. Wouldn't the municipalities themselves suffer irreparable harm if they were to be successful on appeal, that you were right to charge these tariffs, but at that point they've repaid the customers, and the customers just can't put the money back to the municipalities?
That is a very important question. This irreparable harm that is caused to municipalities that you are exactly describing is self-caused. It's caused by the municipalities themselves not complying with the specific legislation. So it's a self-caused harm. What they could have done is only comply with the specific legislation, have gone through the process of generating a cost of supply study for each of the tariffs, and so that is the first point. And I think the second point, which is very true as well, is that NASA, in regulating the electricity sector, should have, when a municipality is not complying with legislation and is not being able to give a cost of supply study, the municipality should not have been given 10 years electricity escalation in the price in the electricity tariff.
All right, let's leave it there. Mone Mostert. Let's leave it there. I've got to thank you for your time this morning. That's Mone Mostert. He's the Manager of Local Government Affairs at AfriForum, bringing us to 8 a.m. Time now for a news update with N. Musa. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, Police Minister to receive progress report on illegal miners, and voting extended in some Namibian areas. Good morning. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to visit the Stilfontein area in the northwest today. This is the minister's second visit to the province this month, as more illegal miners continue to emerge from underground at a number of shafts. The ministry will also engage various stakeholders comprising the South African Human Rights Commission, the South African Federation of Trade Unions, as well as the affected families. Tabiso Moss reports.
Minister Mkunu will receive a progress report on measures which will lead to the resurfacing of the illegal miners in the area. Mkunu has earlier this month established a task team which is led by Northwest Community Safety MEC Vessels Moroeng, who was given the responsibility to retrieve illegal miners still underground at Shaft 11. This process is yet to start. Meanwhile, 17 illegal miners resurfaced on Thursday from Margaret Shaft and Shaft 10.
Judgment has been reserved in Thabo Bester's application in the Free State High Court. Bester's arguing that his application against alleged unfair treatment by the Correctional Services Department is a criminal matter. He says he can't prepare for his main trial because he's being kept in solitary confinement for 23 hours. He wants in-person consultation with his lawyer, that is no less than 7 hours. Bester's lawyer, Advocate Lerato Moela, says his client's application must be heard by a criminal court as it emanates from a criminal case. 5 men charged with the murder of rapper Keenan aka Forbes are due to appear in the Durban Magistrates Court again today. Aka and his friend Tibelo Tibbs Mutswane were gunned down outside a restaurant in February last year. The court has granted the state a final postponement for further police investigations in August. This after the state prosecutor told the court more arrests may follow depending on the outcome of an investigation into a payment of 800,000 rand to one of the accused who allegedly played a key role in the murders. Meanwhile, 2 other suspects who were arrested in Eswatini are appealing against their extradition order. The Electoral Commission of Namibia has extended voting in some areas where there were challenges. The political parties in that country have raised concerns that party agents might experience challenges to regroup. The National General Secretary of the Independent Patriots for Change, Christine Achomas, has not ruled out going to the Electoral Court to seek intervention.
We've had the senior legal officer here, and all he literally came to say was, we need to calm our emotions down. So that's the kind of arrogance that we are dealing with the ECN here. There's no communication, no apology, not even an update to say when this meeting would happen, but that is something of the past. We're not going to engage the ECN. Now we are going to engage as political parties to devise a way forward.
The World Health Organization has urged countries to improve vigilance for bird flu to prevent it spreading to humans. It says much better surveillance on wild and farmed animals is needed, alongside monitoring other animals susceptible to infection, including dairy cattle and pigs. The United States has reported 55 human cases of the H5N1 bird flu this year. WHO's Maria van Kerkhove.
There are many investigations underway looking at the exposures of each of these cases to determine how people have been infected. But what we really need is much stronger surveillance in animals, in wild birds, in poultry, in animals that are known to be susceptible to infection, which include swine, which include dairy cattle, to better understand the circulation in these animals.
Recapping the top story, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to visit the Stilfontein area in the northwest today. This is the minister's second visit to the province this month, as more illegal miners continue to emerge from underground at a number of shafts. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today, SMS CAR to 43187. 25-year-old Chanel loves Outsurance Essential because it's low-cost insurance designed for older cars. For her 2012 Hyundai i10 1.2, she only pays 458 rand a month. With Outsurance Essential, you get up to 1 million rand liability cover. That means if you cause an accident, the other car could be covered for up to 1 million rand. Add even more value with the motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM.
guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We kick it off in Durban with two major delays heading towards King Shaka International, or just trying to get to the north. There's a crash on the N2 north at Gateway. Big queues back to Queen Nandi Drive. It's well back past the Kwamashu Highway, and the alternative M4 route to get north in terms of highways is the M4, and that's got a crash up at the M41 between La Lucia and the M41 up in Mhlanga. So very heavy from sort of Blue Lagoon up through Durban North and passing Virginia Airport. In the middle of that, understandably, Mhlanga Rocks Drive. The alternative is quite backed up towards Mhlanga as well, with motorists looking for quicker ways through. Roadworks on the M13, moving through Pinetown on towards the Richmond Road junction. So if you're trying to get from Pinetown through to Fields Hill to get up to Kloof and Hillcrest, same as yesterday, some quite heavy delays there. Joburg side this morning, lighter traffic volumes than normal. You can see that things really starting to ease off. The main standout, though, is the N1 North, quite heavy. Malabongwe through to a point just north of the William Mandela Drive exit. N1 South starting to ease, but still heavy just after Garsfontein through to the R21 in Pretoria. Cape Town, a crash on Danafontein Road at Klipfontein Road, so heavy traffic around that sort of Nyanga and Heideveld area this morning. And the Coburg Road coming out of Tableview stays busy. Faulty traffic lights and a crash just down by Macro, so passing the refinery on your way out of Tableview, Coburg Road towards Milnerton, stay slow. And the M3, an earlier crash before Hospital Bend, still dragging traffic slowly from the Newlands area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SFM sports headlines. It's soccer. In the latest FIFA rankings, Bafana is back in Africa's top 10, as well as a boost in their world rankings. We also have the Mamelodi Sundowns coach Mangoba Nliti saying the CAF Champions League is adequate preparations for the FIFA Club World Cup next year. All the details around 8:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
9 minutes after 8 on this Friday. Good morning, South Africa. This is the third hour of the Morning Brief, and I'm Thulasizwe Simelane. Over the past 2 hours, you've heard a lot from us. You've heard what our story is. Among the topics we have covered is the question of whether or not terminally ill adults should be given the right to choose, to opt what they call the right to die. Especially when the understanding is that they're in so much pain and they would rather die with dignity. That's the argument, at least, that they should get the assistance of a medical professional to be able to do that. We're raising that in the context of the United Kingdom voting on such a bill today. It will be debated in Parliament, but it will apply to England and Wales, with Scotland set to have a separate bill introduced. It's not a new debate. It's also been raging in our own country. I see a lot of you interacting with that, and I'll be taking those calls and voice notes. But also, we told you earlier on about the Eastern Cape and the announcement by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that they will not be paying landlords from whom they rent space, office and other space on their own behalf, and other departments as well. They are calling it's due to quote-unquote unforeseen circumstances beyond their control. So a lot of you wanting to weigh in on that. I'll take your calls on that and other issues. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes. Please send them to 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The third hour of the Friday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
Mzansi Africa, unity defeats any challenge. Let us unite and speak out against gender-based violence, HIV/AIDS, emotional and mental health issues. During celebration of this holiday season with our families and friends, let's enjoy responsibly. We rise by lifting each other. For assistance, contact Lifeline South Africa. Stop gender-based violence. Call or WhatsApp 0800 150 150. Alternatively, call National Health Hotline on 0800 012 322 or WhatsApp on 084 922 8808. Lifeline South Africa. Mental and emotional health for all. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again.
Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
All right, let's talk. Kathy in Bombela, good morning to you. You want to talk to me about assisted dying this morning?
Yes, please, Thulasizwe. Thank you very much. Thulasizwe, I live in a retirement village with a frail care department, and we do quite a lot of socializing within our village, and the main concern is that we talk about death because we're getting closer to that time of our lives, and we're talking the over 60s, 70s, 80s. Everybody's wish is that we would actually just fall asleep and not wake up, and we know that that's not going to happen. So looking at what goes on around me here, and I see little old people lying with no communication skills left at all. They are literally being kept alive by food and artificial ways, medicines, etc. And I just think that the majority of people wish that there was, obviously not for everybody because we have our moral beliefs and our religious beliefs.
Yeah.
But if we could, at a sensible stage of our lives where we are compass mentors, write up a thing that our children, families agree with, that when it comes to a certain time, as the gentleman said earlier, where we're having to have nappies changed, we are being force-fed, we do not know our families and our friends. For heaven's sake, there should be a system for those who wish to apply to where you can have assisted living, assisted dying, which will obviate, we all walk around saying we're going to save all our sleeping pills and collect things to help us pass away.
Yeah.
And I think it should be up to every one of us to be able to make that decision. There should be the facility to do that, and not to have to rely on a government that just blatantly says, because we have a decision to make over your life, you're not allowed to do it.
All right,
and
Kathy,
surely there should be an area where we, as each person, have that decision that we can make while we are still able to do so.
Thank you for that
very
input.
much, Thulasizwe. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Kathy in Bombela there. Let me hear Vuyelwa in Parktown, also on the same issue. Good morning to you, Vuyelwa.
Good morning, Thulasizwe. Thanks for to your team and yourself for giving me this opportunity. The soul belongs to Umveli before religion came into Africa, this is what is believed. And old people were kept until such time because death, like death, is not revealed to us. It's a secret. Yeah,
for the benefit of those who don't know, sorry, Vuyelwa, for the benefit of our listeners who may not be familiar with the term Umveli, this is the African conception of God, right?
Of our Creator.
Yes.
Because the concept of God is very much foreign.
Sure.
It came with you can have a God like the Hindus that do have.
Yeah, it was a loose translation. Please go ahead and make your point. Yes, you were saying the soul belongs to Umveli. Yeah.
Yeah, the soul belongs to Umveli, the Creator, and the day of birth and death is not brought to people. Experts can come, doctors, and say, going to die on such and such a day. So how dare, we always want to be copycats of what is happening else in Europe, not in ourselves. And it seems that we don't know who we are. So this influence is not okay.
Yeah.
You have to be ethical, know yourself, who you are, before you actually copy all these things. It seems like we become poor students of Western concepts.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. That's Vuyelwa in Parktown. Let me take a quick voice note on the same topic as well this morning. Let me play this one.
Good morning, Thulasizwe SAFM listeners and everybody who cares to listen to what I'm going to say. Assisted deaths is a no-no. The reason why is we have people who claim to be believers in God, That's the problem. We've got pastors, we've got prophets, we've got an example in the Bible where Jesus was rejuvenating paralyzed people and they will walk again and be fit. Why is that failing when we have people who call themselves men of God? God allows this to happen to expose these crooks, these scammers. We don't have a true prophet or a true preacher or true pastor in this world at the moment, because those people must be healed.
All right, thank you for that input. Let me switch tack a bit, change tack just a bit. Let's talk about the public works situation. And Zoe, you are in Konga. You want to talk to me about that, the Eastern Cape Department of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to us.
Yes, good morning. Please go ahead.
Oh, don't expect that I'm going to provide answers for their failure, my brother. I'm not an ordinary person who cares about South Africa. My interest was when you opened, you said, alluded to the province being called the province of the legends.
Yes.
I'm interested in you. Why? The reason, I've got my own reason. Why are you making that allusion? Are you... what is the connection to it being called and then their failure? What point were you trying to make?
No. Factually, they are called the home of the legends. That's what they call themselves. If you talk about Gauteng, you say, the province of gold, the city of gold, the province of gold, etc. Factually, it is what it is. It's what they call themselves.
Yes, true. Yeah, truly. But again, it is a disgrace for a province called the province of the legends to have such failures. Yeah, I agree. So that was the reason that I thought I might have prompted you to repeatedly say,
okay, I hear
province of the legends. Because how can you become a province of the legends, but yet you fell so dismal?
Exactly.
Konga is Steve Biko's place, and indeed, legends can originate from this province. All of them were in the front line, Thulas.
Precisely.
Yeah, swallow your pride, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starting from even our national anthem.
Yeah.
The guy who composed the Enoch Sontonga origination.
Yes.
All the people who were able to stand up and lead the era that ushered us into the new democracy.
All right, Zoe, thank you.
But now these people are now swimming in corruption.
I think you got the allusion that I was making. Thank you for that. That's Zoe in Konga there, weighing in on that issue. Let's speak to Alfred in Bloemfontein. Good morning to you, Alfred. Alfred, do you want to talk about the link between crime and alcohol?
Yes, hi, Thulasizwe. Thulas, there's alcohol. It's a known thing. Alcohol is a common denominator in crime. I work in the environment where I deal on a daily basis with gender-based violence, your sexual assault and all that. We know now it's Friday. Come Monday, all cases are coming in. And all those statements, victim statements, always are similar in most instances. It's either I was drinking at a tavern, met an unknown person. It's all alcohol related. Because even during COVID, during COVID we had that long lockdown, and we went like a whole month without a single case. But then, as soon as alcohol was free for everybody to drink, then all cases start coming in again. So, it goes to such an extent that somebody will also say, I was drinking, ended up in a house. I don't know why I got there. I don't know how I was undressed. I do not even know if I was sexually abused or what. But all I know is that I woke up undressed. And then just the other day, I had a person come also to withdraw a case, and she goes, no, we were drunk. He does not behave like this when he's sober. Yeah.
I take the point you're making, Alfred, but we must be careful, of course, to not blame the victim in as far as sexual violence is concerned specifically. And also to make a distinction between situations where there are elements of things such as drinks being spiked, date rape, drugs, and the likes. That's separate to the conversation you are talking about the link between alcohol and these crimes.
Most definitely, even with the perpetrators, you get to interview most of them, and most of them will blame. Most of them would also say, "I really do not know what happened because I was under the influence of alcohol."
All right. Alfred, thank you for your time this morning. That's Alfred in Bloemfontein there. Let's take a quick break and we'll continue in just a moment.
The Bees are constantly seeking for a suitable way to move up to the top half. They want to triumph against Leicester City FC.
Visser is in here for Brentford. Johan Visser!
While the Foxes are committed to playing attractive football for 90 minutes as they also eye a top half spot.
Ayew into Vardy, back to Ayew, scores! Leicester have done it late on the road! Jordan Ayew sweeps home! What a move!
This is the Premier League. Catch the spectacular clash between Brentford FC and Leicester City FC on Saturday, 30 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Outsurance are experts in what they do.
They get to understand what type of business are you doing so that they can insure you properly.
It actually validates why we're with them. If you haven't called Outsurance yet, what are you waiting for?
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
24 minutes after 8, the South African chapter of the anti-apartheid movement has been launched yesterday, and at the back of this launch, the Reverend Frank Chikane has emphasized South Africa's moral obligation to stand against global injustices. Reverend Chikane has drawn parallels between the country's history of apartheid and the current situation in Palestine. He joins me now on the line. He is the chairperson of the steering committee responsible for the launch of the South African chapter of the anti-apartheid movement. Good morning to you, Reverend, and thank you for your time. Even the reference to anti-apartheid movement has striking resemblance, and it evokes the historical recollections of the anti-apartheid movement as it applied to the South African situation. What in the current context in 2024 has made this moment ripe for such a movement to be resuscitated?
That, you don't have to go very far. You have to look at the genocide in Gaza. More than 5,000 people killed since October last year, and many buried in the rubble. We don't know how many. Nobody is able to save you once you are buried in the rubble. And there are thousands of people who have been injured, more than 100,000. There are no medical services, no anesthetics. People are treated and operations are done without anesthetic. You can't allow this thing to happen during the 21st century. I mean, this sounds very primitive. And we believe that this is the time for the world to take a stand. And as you know, it's only the U.S. that vetoes most of those resolutions. So the UN is rendered useless, can't intervene. The Secretary General can't do anything. So we believe that this is the right time. And the issue of apartheid and Israel is not under question. There are 3 independent reports that have concluded, including an Israeli human rights group, concluded that what is pertaining between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea, it's worse than apartheid. And I think it's important to mobilize the world, because if the U.S. vetoes it at the UN, then it must be the people of this world, humanity as a whole, which must take out this matter, stop this, middle dark ages approach into solving problems to making peace in that region.
Are we reaching a point, Reverend, where the critical mass of humanity and the world are starting to view it in that way, to say the situation as it applies in the Middle East, in Palestine, in the situation with Palestine and Israel is apartheid? Are we now past the point of debating whether or not it is apartheid as defined, perhaps in international law?
Well, it is actually, we're past the issue of debate. It's just a question of, and the more brutal they become, the more they do this live genocide. By the way, they can't hide it. In the old days, you could hide it. And because of that, more and more countries are turning against them. More and more people are turning against them. I mean, it's now the U.S. in the main, with a few major Western countries that hold on because of the Holocaust they committed against the Jews. They are responsible for the Holocaust, and they make Palestinians to be victims of what they did to the Jews. And they should leave the Palestinians alone. They are not responsible for what happened in the Holocaust. They must let the Palestinians be free, and the more brutal they become, the more they will lose. And I said in public that if they think they will finish the Palestinians and have that place for themselves, there shall be no Israel after they've finished them. If they annex the West Bank, which they are threatening to do, then we are back in 1948. We shall have one Palestinian state, and they can't have Palestinians inside Israel who have no rights annexed. It's impossible. So I think they've put themselves into a corner, and the only way in which they can deal with this situation is to let justice prevail, that the Jews and Palestinians will live together in peace. And that's what the Palestinians want in any way.
What does this moment call for then for the ordinary South African? You launched the anti-apartheid movement, and we all are familiar with our history and how even in those years there was a movement of humanity around the globe. What does it call for the ordinary South African at this point?
It calls for the ordinary South Africans to put their heads together, work together to make sure we isolate Israel, and work together to make sure that we institute boycotts, disinvestments, and sanctions, including an arms boycott, which happened here by 1977. The UN adopted a resolution of an arms boycott. We need to make sure we work with the trade unionists. For instance, we are the second. Now, after Colombia, we drew their supply of coal to Israel. We are now the first. We used to be the second supplier, and Russia follows. We must stop that as well. We must make sure that we find other markets so that the workers don't lose jobs, and we have talked to the workers, and we're working together on that. We have made sure that the ship that is on the sea carrying Israeli weapons doesn't dock on African ports. I think it's a matter of us putting our heads together, and I believe we can achieve this objective. Let me say, the other issue is that those who have international connections like trade unions, churches, Muslims, others, Jewish communities, we must link up with all our international partners and make sure that they work together to end this apartheid regime that treats Palestinians as if they are not human beings.
All right, let's leave it there for this morning. That is Reverend Frank Chikane, who is the chairperson of the steering committee that's been responsible for the launch of the South African chapter of the anti-apartheid movement. Let's check in now with Ann Musa with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us in the headlines. An immigration lawyer says Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can avoid deportation by following a legal process, such as approaching the courts to request an order of extended stay in the country. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to visit the Stilfontein area in the northwest today. This is the minister's second visit to the province this month, as more illegal miners continue to emerge from underground at a number of shafts. And the Electoral Commission of Namibia has extended voting in some areas where there were challenges. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just worth noting that central Joburg is really heavy, just sort of heaving along very slowly, sort of Nord Street taxi rank side. If you like, if you draw a line down the middle, it's the sort of the eastern side of the CBD, the sort of Braamfontein, Newtown side moving nicely, but sort of as you get towards the Hillbrow Berea side, that side, if you like, of central Joburg, very, very heavy traffic. Also the Crown area getting busy as well. That's a seasonal sort of backlog you see, probably exacerbated today by Black Friday shopping. Malabongwe Drive is heavy from North Riding down towards the M1 Highway. Got traffic lights out. Well, Kaya Sand area, you got some traffic lights out there, and then from North Riding Bel Airs down towards President Fushia, lights out on your way through to Randburg. N3 North just queuing up in towards the Beclue interchange. N1 South still heavy just after Garsfontein all the way into the R21 interchange. Durban, big delays up the M4. There's been a crash up by the M41 at Mhlanga. It's heavy getting up through Durban North. Mhlanga Rocks Drive taking a bit of a spillover, going slow towards Mhlanga, and the earlier crash on the N2 North at Gateway in that area that is being cleared. It's been replaced by a crash on the N3 inbound at Pavilion, so coming through from Pinetown from Paradise Valley on your way to Durban. That's all very heavy. Roadworks on the M13 through Pinetown towards Fields Hill just by Richmond Road. Back again today. It'll probably cause delays until we get into peak hour this afternoon. And Cape Town, the Kuberg Road out of Tableview stays busy through to Macro. There's some traffic lights there. The earlier crash scene has been cleared up. And the N1 inbound just under a bit of pressure from Century City, Canal Walk area through to the elevated freeway. Christmas lights switch on in the Cape Town CBD, festive lights this Sunday, so road closures through the city centre going in, intensifying Saturday and then all day Sunday. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
What an ending to the year, Bafana having Zai climbing the ladder, going all the way up.
Top 10 in Africa, putting the bar, I think, in brilliant. What do you say?
The bar in brilliant.
Does that even make... Yeah, well, we'll go with it.
Okay, gotcha.
It's Bafana, guys. And I think with Africa's top 10, you got a feeling that Bafana is back. And this is just going to be fantastic the way the team is ending the year. The latest FIFA rankings were released, and we moved from 60th to 57th globally. And we've reclaimed a place in Africa's top 10. Under Coach Hugo Bruce, the team has shown remarkable progress, securing AFCON qualifications with 2 games to spare, and recent victories include a 2-0 win over Uganda and a 3-0 triumph against South Sudan at Cape Town Stadium. This marks the first time in years that Bafana has entered Africa's top 10, surpassing DR Congo with the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers resuming in March. South Africa will face Lesotho as well as Benin. Now, more soccer. The success of Magesi FC in the Carling knockout last weekend is just another proof of the depth of talent in the Limpopo province, according to Motsepe Foundation Championship side Leruma FC's head coach Mpho Maleka. The Limpopo province specializes in football talent, and the Bafana squad at the AFCON this year, in terms of representation, had more than 6 players in the team, none other than from that province.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to football, to empower ourselves is very much important. Whoever thought? Only few will say Magesi will win the match. And I'm one of those people. Because of what, as you said, I'm coming from there. But I'm happy with what my province is achieving. First, it was Baroka, a Telecom. Secondly, it was us with Marumo, a TTM. Now it's Magesi. It tells you a lot. It's a province of stars.
Let's go to rugby. Another star is former Test referee Jaco Paper. He will oversee SA Rugby's new elite referees panel to better prepare South African officials to make the step up to international level. The former national panel has been split into two separate panels, elite and national, to streamline the way in which match officials are prepared for officiating at international, franchise, provincial or club level. Another former referee and current TMO, Marius Jonker, will be their coach. And finally, netball. The former South African netball goalkeeper Phumza Maweni is reflecting on her illustrious career a year after retiring from the Proteas. Now serving as the assistant coach for the baby Proteas under-21 national team, the 29-year-old works alongside her friend and fellow former Proteas player Precious Mthembu in nurturing the next generation of talent. Maweni and Mthembu are gearing for a packed 2025 schedule, highlighted by leading the baby Proteas to the Youth World Cup in Gibraltar. The baby Proteas have been placed in Pool D alongside Barbados, Malawi and Trinidad and Tobago. Maweni is optimistic the team can navigate the round-robin stages.
Oh, absolutely, yes. But we can't underestimate any team. Obviously, they're doing their own preparations, and we're doing ours. So it's gonna be a tough one. But obviously, the goal is to go and compete and make sure you do better, and then so that you go through to the semis.
That's a wrap of your sport on the Morning Brief Friday edition. There'll be more sport on SAFM around 12:30 with John Herika. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning once again to Dowling. Dowling, tell me about the reported talks between South Africa and Qatar. They are aimed at addressing our gas supply situation, are they not?
That's right, Tula. So South Africa, according to Bloomberg reports, is engaged in talks with Qatar to secure a supply of LNG, liquefied natural gas. This as the country faces a decline in gas supplies from Mozambique. The move is driven by the need to avoid a predicted gas cliff, which refers to a shortage of natural gas supply by 2027, when Sasol's fields in Mozambique are expected to reduce production. Now, Electricity Minister Hossein Ramokgopa emphasized the urgency of the situation, stating that 5% of the country's GDP is at risk due to the impeding gas shortage. To address this, Ramokgopa is importantly engaging in bilateral talks with Qatar and is working with gas-intensive users to ensure a stable supply. The proposed commercial agreement would be led by Sasol and Eskom. Sasol's fields in Mozambique currently supply gas to South African businesses via a pipeline. And the process to facilitate the LNG is being done by Transnet National Ports Authority, and they've also issued a request for proposals for a terminal at the port of Ngqura. Additionally, a terminal at Richards Bay is also expected to come online in the first quarter of 2028. Now, these developments, of course, important in enabling the country to receive LNG shipments and also mitigate the impact of that looming gas shortage.
So the arrows continue to point in the right direction on many of these matrices. And Dowling, tell me about producer prices easing in October.
That's right, Tulas. More relief coming through for consumers, for factories, as prices at the factory gate are slowing. The producer price index took a surprise turn in October, contracting by 0.7% year-on-year, beating consensus expectations of a 0.8% deflation. This decline was driven by lower fuel prices, with petrol and diesel prices falling by 22.2% and 26.9% year-on-year, respectively. The impact of lower fuel prices was significant, with the cost of coal and petroleum products dropping by 18.6% on an annual basis. This in turn contributed to a 2.5% percentage point reduction in headline inflation, but the rand's depreciation has led to a modest increase in fuel prices this month, which may weigh on November's inflation outcome. Another key factor influencing the PPI was food products, beverages, and tobacco products. This category, which accounts for nearly 30% of the index, added 1 percentage point to October's headline number as manufactured food price inflation eased to 3.4%. Now, the improved inflation outcome aligns with October's CPI, which showed prices easing for a fifth consecutive month to 2.8% below the SARB's target. Economists, in the meantime, expect a slight uptick in CPI this month and in December, driven by low base effects and the petrol price hike implemented in October.
I'm surprised you didn't tell us about how you're going to be clearing your shopping cart immediately after this, Ntauling. In any case, what does the day look like for the markets today?
Well, it's the last day of trade for November, Thulas, and a really volatile period for equities as markets assessed what a Trump victory means for stocks. And this, of course, happening around the world. The JSE on track to start the day off in mixed territory following its market peers. In terms of company news, numbers out from property group Fairvest, so traders will be waking up to those earnings. On the currency front, the rand pretty range bound, trading slightly stronger at 18.05 to the dollar. Over in Asia, those markets on track to end the week mostly in positive territory. The Japanese Nikkei struggling through following an increase in consumer prices in Tokyo, fueling bids for another rate cut. So some jitters on that front.
All right. Happy shopping to you. That's Ntauling Lichela. Have a great weekend. She's been updating you on business, the economy, as well as the markets over the last 3 hours here on the Morning Brief.
Ask a man who's late for work after his car got hit by a truck, desperately waiting for help, if he's glad he saved 14 Rand on his insurance premium. Ask a man if buying the cheapest insurance was really worth it. And now ask yourself, when suddenly happens, who's there for you?
Auto in general. Car insurance with Auto SOS. Emergency accident detection and response. Visit autogen.co.za for a quote. Auto SOS is available to comprehensive car customers. A&G is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
The Green and Gold want to reignite the Protea fire against the Lions of Sri Lanka in the Test Series. What is summer without cricket? Wazanawe! Catch the spectacular first Test Series between South Africa and Sri Lanka at the Hollywood Birds Kingsmead Stadium, where summer cricket comes alive. From 27 November to 1 December 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Live at your fingertips on SABC Plus, Radio 2000, and reports on various SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
My business is very stressful. Construction and plumbing, anything can go wrong. The reason I chose OUTsurance because they align with my vision with regards to customer service. The fact that they won the award for best business insurance makes me feel like I'm in the right hands.
Switch to Business OUTsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
All right, let's continue to engage. Let me speak to Hassan Logat in Joburg. Good morning to you, Hassan. You want to talk to me about the situation in Stilfontein this morning?
Thulasizwe, we've been having this discussion and the station has been playing a great role in helping to shift our understandings, you know. If 96 of the 1,000 minors, illegal or otherwise, were children aged 14 to 19, we have a serious cause for concern. And I want to know, is it possible, to have some discussion in this parliament of yours where we focus just on this? Because clearly, I've read somewhere that 700,000 people will be under severe malnutrition and hunger in Lesotho going forward next year. And the region is really quite integrated. I keep saying, and I think that the solutions of imposing these issues when we're on the ground, people are connected via different ways. So I really think, let's have a dedicated discussion. The discussion is shifting. The ministries of the police and others are more sympathetic to the earlier announcement from the presidency.
Yeah.
You know, there must be some discussion that we can talk about childhood poverty in the sub-region.
Absolutely.
And why people are locked up. And I'm asking, can the parliament do that, you know?
The parliament. I love that. Hassan, thank you for that. It's a great suggestion. And indeed, you're absolutely right. I think we sort of touched on it without actually going into that discussion, and we will be seeking to line it up. If you don't know what Hassan is talking about, the context is that we saw reports that say at least 96 of the illegal miners that have surfaced in the area around Stilfontein are actually children. And that, as Hassan says, is a cause for grave concern. And not only that, children being undocumented migrants. I believe that's what the story said. The difficulty is that sometimes it's hard to know what's fact and what is rumor in that situation. And I suppose with the minister going back there today, Minister Senzo Mchunu, we might actually get more answers specifically on that question. Let me speak to Kandisa in the Northwest. Good morning to you, Kandisa. You want to talk to me about Sanko?
Yes, Thulas, but before I get in Sanko, man, as the minister is coming to this area of Stilfontein, we request the minister to come and listen to us, people of Kuma. He must not call only stakeholders because we have issues. We have very serious issues around issue of crime in this area.
Yeah.
Yes, Thulas, look, man, I want to talk about the issue of Sanko in Northwest. You remember the chairperson of Sanko was a deputy speaker in the legislature. And then he forged the matric certificate. Now, when ANC take a decision that this guy must resign, they start to say they were ANC claiming them. How Sanko is working to us, because it's a representing community. Who elected those people? Because they don't have even branches of Sanko in this area. And there are parallel structures. There are two Sankos in the Northwest. The one is led by Tepo Koza, the other one is led by Scarface. Now, we don't know as residents of Northwest who are elected these people.
Yeah.
You see, we cannot have structure that they want only positions to assist.
Yeah.
When they don't get position, they start to make noise.
I hear you. Thank you for that. That's Kandisa in the Northwest. Let me take a traffic update and I'll be back with more of your calls and WhatsApp voice notes.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg easing up. There is a bit of traffic pressure just building, though, in a couple of areas that will be busy today. Crown, that's just starting to get a bit heavy. Getting into Woodmead up to the retail parks. A lot of traffic going in there. A lot of traffic lights down as well from sort of Woodmead, Pretoria, Main, Woodmead, Mike 1, Woodmead, Woodland. So there'll be a lot of traffic in around Woodmead this morning and across the course of the day, exacerbated by those traffic lights. The other real hotspot this time of year is the Joburg CBD, the sort of eastern half of the CBD. Newtown, Braamfontein looks okay, but it's the sort of Hillbrow, Berea side around Noord Street, taxi rank really jam-packed through there. Traffic absolutely heaving in central Joburg. N1 South stays heavy from Rigel down towards the roadworks at the R21 interchange. Durban, a crash on the M4. This is northbound, just up by Umhlanga by the M41. That traffic heading towards Umhlanga stays really busy from Blue Lagoon. Umhlanga Rocks Drive, the alternative route, really heavy queues towards Umhlanga's Village Way Junction. A crash on the M3 at Pavilion Mall, heavy coming in from Paradise Valley, and roadworks on the M13 through Pinetown on towards Fields Hill. They're likely to cause delays across the course of today. Cape Town, N1 inbounds the heaviest of the highways from Century City through to the elevated freeway. And this weekend sees the very popular festive lights switch on. It takes place on Sunday, the 1st of December. There'll be extensive road closures all Sunday from 5 a.m. until 5 a.m. Monday. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
My name is Vusiwe intokazi yakwaNgcobo ufuze umapholo mashamahle mashamakhulu mashiyamade engasazoshumayela. When last did I go to a party and how was the experience? I don't party at all. But my parents did have a 40th wedding anniversary as well as my mom's 60th birthday, so that was the last party I went to. Nothing beats partying with older people. It's a lot of fun. Can I sing a short verse of appreciation? What am I gonna sing? Holy, you'll always be. What do I like so much about SABC Sport? It's not even a like, it's a love. I love the fact that we're able to bring real stories to the people of South Africa. Kani mambo, shikwembu shamatimba.
Catch the Queen of Mzansi Diski, Vusiwe Ngobo, on match days, live on Laduma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Ethical is what defines our business. I think Outsurance does have integrity. They are not just there for the money, they're there to create a relationship. It's like a partner in business. It's the best thing we've ever done to switch over to Outsurance. It's a no-brainer.
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumeleng Kune, SABC Sport football analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kune's analysis of Bola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
I'm loving the variety of topics that are at play on this platform this morning. Let me take a voice note about the situation in the Eastern Cape. We told you earlier on about the letter that says the landlords from whom government rents by the Department of Public Works will not be paid for the next 5 months or so. Let's take a listen to this.
Morning, Mr. Thulas. Happy Friday, my brother. I think it's last Friday of November. My brother, you must check. This is not a surprise. You must check all the municipalities that are ruled by the ruling party ANC, the comrades. You must check them. They are corrupt, very much corrupt. They fool the people of Eastern Cape to vote for them. Look what is happening today. You don't get it. You won't get right, mister. This is May from Benoni. I thank you.
All right, thank you for that input. And I suppose that's a criticism that I don't think will be unfamiliar to the ANC. They truly cannot say they've not heard that sentiment being expressed. It's up to them how they address that by changing the realities on the ground. Let me speak to Tando in the Eastern Cape. You want to talk to me about illegal immigrants. Good morning to you, Tando.
Hey, Thulas. Just that on the point of this signing off. You know, I wish the Eastern Cape could be divided because the Transkei and this other, the west side of the Eastern Cape, they're not the same. And the Transkei is, okay, don't want to vent out, but what I want to get at is that, for one thing, I want to pay you a compliment in that, you fill the shoes of Stephen what's his name?
Stephen Grotes.
Yes. So well. I mean,
I appreciate that.
I don't call all the time. I don't call us often, but I listen all the time.
Thank you, Tan.
And I must say, I'm totally intrigued. But what I'm trying to get at, when I listen to you guys, you always try to sound objective, and which of course is a line of your work. But what I'm interested in, when you talk to these guys on the side of the camera or whatever, of the mic, the people in charge in government, what is the sense you get? Because people are venting out, people are calling all the time on national radio, everywhere that be it complaints or be it suggestions, be it solutions. And do they take those? Do they heed these calls? Do they take people seriously? Do they imagine that actually governing or in being in government is actually to serve? Are they in it for themselves as It is
All
often
right.
said, and it will also appear that they are. I mean, is there any sense of
Gotcha. Yeah.
of the fear of God?
Tando, thank you for that. And I wish I could give you an answer, Tando, but yeah, it's a tough question. But the sense I'm getting is that at the very least, there's a growing appreciation for the frustrations of South Africans on the issue of migration control. Whether or not that then translates to practical policies that also adhere to our prescripts, the Constitution and the likes, that's a separate discussion. But I don't believe there's a political party that doesn't have an appreciation that immigration is an issue for many, many South Africans. Thabo in Kronstadt, good morning. You want to talk to me about Stilfontein?
Yes, Stilfontein and the Orkney, the two parts. I'm now at 75 years and I worked for the mine for a very, very long time. Now, the question, the suggestion to call Indaba by next week, if you can get my number, and I can approach any speaker from the government, President Ramaphosa, to say, what is about now closing? At Val Reef, 7 shafts are being closed. There, Genco in Stilfontein is other company. Mines are closed. 230 are closed. And people of South Africa are hungry. It's a disaster in this country. But what I want to talk about the mines, because I worked for the Anglo Gold for 35 years. I've got a lot of knowledge about that. To say now, when we close too much, a lot of mines, how are these people still Fontaine and Ogden, how are they going to survive?
All right.
Because at number 1999, when we give President Ramaphosa loan in Amplat in Pala, I was a part of the decision. And to give Betis Motsepe 71 gold shafts, I was part of the decision.
Right, Thabo.
Get my numbers. Next week we have to attend this urgent, very urgent.
Thank you, Thabo. Let's leave it there. That's Thabo in Kronstadt. Let's speak to Uncle P in Joburg. Good morning to you, Uncle P. You want to talk about matriculants. What about matriculants?
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Please forgive me if there's an interruption. I'm on the road. I did say I'm from Gauteng, but I'm driving down to a phone really as we speak. I mean, the less said about the state of the infrastructure in that province, the better. So I'm not even going to talk about that. But what's very important to me now, to last is, today is Friday, the 29th of November, the last day of matric term for the current, students here, right?
Sure.
The headline that you get now, if you go on any online newspaper, they will tell you that the minister has announced a new matric results release date. And so what? It doesn't matter what's going to happen to the matriculants who pass. Because yesterday, I spent half a day going up and down at the Tibet College in Joburg looking for placement for 4 kids, a backlog from last year. And I'm going down to the Eastern Cape. I'm going to come back with 4 more kids who have now passed matric but have nowhere to go. I'm talking about the Tibet College. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
These kids, they pass matric with marks ranging between 39% for maths lead and 70% for their home language. So they have made it. They've worked very hard to get there. But they get stuck between passing matric and not getting access to an institution of higher learning.
Uncle P.
Right, so I'm
Thank
saying,
you.
sorry, one more thing. Please, just listen to my point here. I don't often call on the radio, but I'm calling out of desperation. Because calling on the radio, it becomes a beeping session because you are just speaking to people who can't do anything. So what I would like to challenge, or at least pose to you guys as a challenge, that at this time, it would be relevant if you could bring in the relevant stakeholders in the various departments and get them together and say, what do we do to help our kids go beyond just passing a trick and staying at home, unemployment, drugs, you name it. That's what happens to them.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's Uncle P on the road there, talking about what is a pain point for all of us, really. What then happens to young South Africans, the youth, right? The youth dividend. They can be passing matric now. We congratulate them for working hard. But then as a society, what do we do for them? And that's part of the conversations. We've got to keep raising all of those conversations. That's how we come to the end of today's edition of the Morning Brief. Thank you for listening, and thanks to the team that put it all together. The talking point here on SAFM is up next, but that's only after the news. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash. allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, immigration lawyer weighs in on ZDP deadline and police minister to receive progress report on illegal minors. Good morning. An immigration lawyer says Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can avoid deportation by following a legal process, such as approaching the courts to request an order of extended stay in the country. This as today marks the final deadline for ZDP holders to apply for a waiver or transition to a general work visa valid until November next year. However, asylum seekers, refugees and migrant advocacy groups argue that Home Affairs backlogs have made meeting the deadline nearly impossible. Specialist immigration lawyer Ashraf Isop outlines some legal remedies that could help.
Does a dysfunctional system allow you to miss the deadline? I would suggest not, because this deadline has been given a year ago. If you're in the Republic without a visa or permission to remain, then you would be declared to be illegal and you must be deported. Become illegal but allowed to remain only when there's a legal process still in place. For example, if you had filed an application and you didn't receive an outcome, you're well within your rights to go to court within 90 days and say to the court, can you please give me an order to say to the minister, finish this in another 90 days, which would be considered reasonable.
Police Minister Senzim Kunu is expected to visit the Stilfontein area in the northwest today. This is the minister's second visit to the province this month, as more illegal miners continue to emerge from underground at a number of shafts. The ministry will also engage various stakeholders comprising the South African Human Rights Commission, the South African Federation of Trade Unions, as well as the affected families. Tabiso Moss reports.
Minister Mkunu will receive a progress report on measures which will lead to the resurfacing of the illegal miners in the area. Mkunu has earlier this month established a task team which is led by Northwest Community Safety MEC Vessels Morweng, who was given the responsibility to retrieve illegal miners still underground at Shaft 11. This process is yet to start. Meanwhile, 17 illegal miners resurfaced on Thursday from Margaret Shaft and Shaft 10.
The bail hearing of two of the three siblings accused of the murder of two SAMU leaders is expected to continue at the Thohoyandou Magistrates Court in Limpopo today. Simon and Ndubuyo Radzuma's application for bail on new facts was granted by the High Court in Thohoyandou 2 months ago. Simon, Percy and Ndubuyo Radzuma are facing 40 charges, including the murders of SAMU leaders Timson Musechu and Ronald Mani. Michael Makungo reports.
Simon and Radzuma were previously denied bail. They, however, appealed the court decision of denying them bail and made another application for bail based on new facts. The other sibling, Percy, was denied bail on 2 occasions. The trial will resume on Monday next week.
The Electoral Reform Consultation Panel is urging South Africans to take part in reforming the country's electoral system. The panel has been tasked with investigating, consulting and making recommendations. This is with respect to the broad rules governing the manner in which the citizens select their leaders and how power is subsequently distributed among contestants at all levels of government. After soliciting and receiving hundreds of submissions, the panel has published a discussion paper as the foundation for public hearings early next year. The document also outlines the key terms and concepts related to electoral system. Tomsi Dlamini is a panel member.
We're really pleading with every South African to please come out, especially the citizens. You know, when we also come out to the provinces, please do come out. I know it sounds like a technical subject, but the way we have simplified it and the way it is going to take place is going to be okay for people to participate, even though they might not know everything about electoral system. Just making your input. What is it that you like? What frustrates you? What irks you? What is it that you want to see?
And finally, the Electoral Commission of Namibia has extended voting in some areas where there were challenges. The political parties in that country have raised concerns that party agents might experience challenges to regroup. The National General Secretary of the Independent Patriots for Change, Christine Ahuchamas, has not ruled out going to the Electoral Court to seek intervention.
We've had the senior legal officer here, and all he literally came to say was, we need to calm our emotions down. So that's the kind of arrogance that we are dealing with the ECN here. There's no communication, no apology, not even an update to say when this meeting would happen, but that is something of the past. We're not going to engage the ECN. Now we are going to engage as political parties to devise a way forward.
Recapping the top story, and immigration lawyers says Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can avoid deportation by following a legal process, such as approaching the courts to request an order of extended stay in the country. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
And that's your news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today. SMS car to 43187.
Think festive season. Can you hear it? See it? Now imagine it purple. Yes, forget the tinsel because Click season is purple. It's that time of the year for the famous Clicks 3-for-2 purple sticker promotion. Mix and match any 3 festive gifts with a purple sticker and get the cheapest one free. Clicks. Feel good, pay less. Deals valid until 24 December or while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
The Buccaneers believe this is their season to finish on the summit, but Stellies want to secure a permanent top 4 position. Gauteng battles it out with Western Cape. This is the Betway Premiership. Catch the unmatched passion and drama of Thulasizwe Simelane. Orlando Pirates FC versus Stellenbosch FC on Sunday, 1st December. Live on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. and SABC radio stations at 3:30 p.m. Also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. 47-year-old Abner loves Outsurance Essential because it's low-cost insurance made for older cars. For his 2006 Opel Corsa, a utility 1.4, he only pays $253 a month. With Outsurance Essential, accident claims are paid in cash, so you can choose the panel beater you want to use. Top this up with motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS car to 43187. That's car to 43187 today. Licensed insurer, NFSP, TCs and information online.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
During these years that I've been an activist, there were days that I felt like quitting because I couldn't take it. The one thing that kept me going, I remember the story of my grandfather and how he used to walk 465 miles from his village to the city just to protest for independence. Then I remember the sacrifice of my father, who was tortured so many times for daring, protest against the regime. Back in the 70s, they would write pamphlets to raise awareness on the dictatorship, and because they couldn't afford to make copies, they would reproduce the same pamphlet 500 times each and distribute them. It got to a point where the militaries knew their handwriting, so as soon as they stumble upon one, they go and get them. But I look at that and I'm like, today you have a blog. I don't have to copy the same thing 500 times. I blog and thousands of people read it. One of the very first actions of our Farmers Go movement was to come up with a petition asking citizens to sign so that we can demand new elections as the Constitution allows. People were scared to put their names because they said they don't want to get in trouble. Even in the diaspora, people were scared. They're like, we have families home. But there was this woman who was in her 60s. When she heard about it, she took the petition, and she went home to home, and by herself she collected over 1,000 petitions. That inspired me so much, and I was like, if a 60-year-old that has nothing more to gain in this regime can do this for us, the young ones, then why should I quit? People like myself, you don't get to live in Togo anymore, and people like myself, you don't get to live in the same place for more than a month because we don't want to be traced. The stories of some of the activists that were killed, their bodies dumped in the sea, that were tortured to the point where they lost their hearing or their sight, those stories still haunt me. And sometimes as an activist, I am less concerned about dying than how it will happen. Sometimes I just sit down and I imagine all scenarios. What are they going to do? Are they going to cut my ears first? Or are they going to cut my tongue because I'm always insulting them? It sounds cruel, but it is the reality. We live in a very cruel world. Dictators are cruel monsters. It is important that you acknowledge the gains of freedom that you have today, because some people had to live their lives for you to have it. You don't take these for granted. But then at the same time, you also need to know that no country is actually destined to be oppressed. But at the same time, no country or no people are immune to oppression and dictatorship.
What a story, and I think those sentiments are ones that so many South Africans can resonate with because of the history of struggle in this country, and never forgetting that it came at such a high price. We might be entering the final month of the year, but it's still very much an opportunity for us to continue to reflect on what the 30 years of this democracy means for South Africa, and how we truly build on and make the next 30 years better for the majority of South Africans, because freedom is, it is an ongoing struggle. I don't think that there is a point where one gets to and they look and you think, well, I've achieved all that I have been, fighting for. It is an ongoing struggle. But that being said, there have to be targets, there have to be milestones that we as a country are intentional about fixing, especially for the majority of people who are still faced with poverty, unemployment, inequality, because only once the fruit of this democracy is able to reach the majority of people in this country can we truly say that we have established a system beyond just the political freedom that people have, that we extend that to economic freedom as well. Farida Nobarema is a Togolese human rights activist and writer, and of course starting us off on the talking point this morning as we lead conversations that move us. I'm Kathy Mutlahlana. Welcome to the show. A pleasure to be with you as always. Coming up on the show, it is a Friday. We're wrapping up the week. I'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032 is the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. So today is officially Black Friday. What does that mean to you? How does it affect your life? I guess for me and my team, it means absolutely nothing for now, because we are in studio doing what we need to do. How many of you are also just another day, another day in the office, another day at work? I see that out in the mall, at some of the malls, at least on SABC News TV platform, you do have some shoppers that have gone out, but I must say the scenes are very different to what they were when Black Friday started about, a decade ago in this country. Remember the people in the aisles fighting for 2-liter cool drinks, fighting for packs of, those jumbo packs of toilet rolls and cereals and whatever else, you can find, some of the popular products. So it's been quite a change from where we started to where we are now. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that Black Friday has in many ways been extended to more like November, Black November, or November sales. I don't know. Different retailers are doing different things. But the point is that you can get specials throughout the month of November. I don't know if that has an impact on how consumer spending on Black Friday is. But I'd love to hear from you. Are you participating? Are there things that you have identified? What incentivizes you to actually be part of Black Friday, to go out of your home, maybe stand in a queue? What is it really that would push you to go to those lengths? And I'd love to hear from you on that issue. Of course, it comes during what we know are still very strained economic times. And so many people are continuing to feel the pinch. So where there's sales, does it create an opportunity for more people to go out and buy? Well, I'd love to hear from you on Black Friday as well on 086 000 2032. If you're on your way to a mall or a particular retailer, call in and tell me why. Maybe there's some good deals out there that people just don't know of. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour of the show will be in conversation with Professor Shrila Roy, who is a professor of sociology at Wits University. And she's going to be unpacking the status of women and children in South Africa. This conversation comes, of course, at a time where we're continuing to mark and recognize 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. And then it is a Friday, so nothing different happens on a Friday. Why? Because we love Fridays. The Friday wind down will close us off for the week, and this is what you can expect. Daza Lepifane is our artist for this Friday. He's an award-winning saxophonist, and we're looking forward to spending the final hour of the show with him right here on the Friday wind down. So that's what we have in store for you over the next 3 hours. Hopefully you'll choose us as your companion of choice as we work our way through midday. We'll start off, of course, with always as the open line 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. I'm back with your calls.
Mzansi, harmful behaviors that lead to gender-based violence and femicide must be unlearned and replaced with positive and respectful actions. Positive actions begin at home with little things: how we speak, how we act, and how we handle conflict. It's about understanding that respect is a non-negotiable right for everyone. We can break the cycle of gender-based violence and femicide, and we must start now. I am Thulasizwe Simelane, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I encourage every South African to join in the fight to end gender-based violence beyond the 16 days of activism campaign. A gender-based violence and femicide-free South Africa is possible.
Heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAFM.
It's the open line. Pule, you're number one on the list today. You're calling us from Valcom. Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Pule.
I'm well, it's Kathy, man. I'm worried. You know, Macha municipality in Valcom, it's now 4 months without the mayor. We are having a part-time mayor here. And really, we cannot operate as a municipality. This is such a big municipality, not being stable. Even now, the what's the now? It's also not there. It's a part-time I wonder what is that Cocta is saying. It's unfortunate that yesterday your program was the last one for the year. I saw that there could be the Cocta MEC could be hearing that really this issue should be taken into cognizance. Really.
Look, Pule, just a correction there. It wasn't the last one for the year. The last Municipal Watch feature will probably only be towards the final week, towards the 20th of December. So we are going to continue with it throughout. It was just the last time that we're speaking to Simelane for 2024. So,
wonderful.
Yes. So in terms of the challenges that you are facing in Machabeng, has there been clear communication, Pule, about why it is that you have this instability? What is behind it?
There's never been any communication, You know, the worst part of it is that, the days maybe they would be deciding to have a permanent mayor, that is when they would want to have interviews. And now it's almost, we are almost left with about one year and few months. Why can't they say even this one that is here, that is acting, that is also, he continues, rather than they appoint him, then he continues, rather than starting another podcast with a new mayor again, you see. And I would know the municipality, everybody doesn't know what is happening. Nobody is communicating that this is what is happening, that this is what will be happening tomorrow. It's just, and it's so quiet. It's getting.
Yeah, look, it absolutely is an issue of great concern. Pule, will see if we're able to have Machabeng as one of the municipalities that we can feature, especially before the year is up. Before I let you go, Pule, how would you say that service delivery is being affected by this instability?
Yes, it has been. It has been because you'd find that the administration it's divided. Political structures are divided because others are still believing that the past mayor will be coming. They don't, and they also there are matches. Last week there was a match that was for the previous mayor. In the next week there's a match that is against the previous mayor. You see, there's no stability at all in the whole municipality.
Okay, all right, Pule. Thanks for calling in, raising the issue. We'll see if we can't get to it before the end of the year. And I think it's common cause now that Machabeng is one of the municipalities that is often in the news when it comes to some of the instability, service delivery challenges that face that part of the country. Let me go to Denzel in Kimberley. Denzel, good morning.
Good morning, Kate. It's been a long time. I don't want to ask you how are you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Denzel. Yes.
Kate, local government or municipality, it's a ticking time bomb. Why I say so? They are supposed to deal with the people directly on the ground, service delivery, and we are not getting that. And SALGA is not doing their job as well. So, my issue is, normally we talk about accountability, but who must be held accountable? Local government specifically. Like we vote most normally, then we choose the party. Now the party chooses its representatives. We vote for a specific councillor maybe. Now, if that councillor does not do his job, to hold the manager, for instance, accountable, or the mayor, then it creates another problem, a bigger problem. Now, my CC, accountability. My problem is we use this word all the time, but it does not get, what is the word? People don't get held accountable. I don't know why.
Denzel, is that not also a function of us as citizens? What's the word to use? Abdicating our responsibility in pushing for accountability, no?
I think, Sisi, the problem is the system. The whole voting or what system, that is the problem. The problem is there. Because we cannot, it's the party wins the election or the ward or whatever, the municipal, whatever you call it, at the end of the day. But this person, the councillor, it starts there, in the ward. You understand my point? It will take us two years again to replace that councillor. We must go to vote again to replace that councillor and vote for another party. By that 2 years' time gets wasted. Servers are not delivered. That is my problem, Sisi.
Yeah.
When we talk about accountability, what specifically do we talk about? And my second point is, way back in the apartheid era, we had people like Nelson Mandela. He was an advocate. He rise up. Lillian Ngoyi, Mama Winnie. Right now, she's Kathy. There's a lot of smart people and a lot of intelligent people in this country. Why can't they rise up and stand up against this government and change, or stand up, represent us like Mandela did, like Lillian Ngoyi did, like Winnie Mandela did? Now they are sitting in their corners discussing this matters of this country the same way that we do. But they have an advantage. They have resources, they have everything. I'm calling on each and every one of them to rise up and stop sitting in your corner and complain. We need your input. We need your intelligence. Rise up.
Okay.
That's all I want to ask my sister.
All right. Denzel, thanks for that contribution on the open line this morning. You know, one of the things I've been watching, and needless to say that I have my fair share of conversations, you know, throughout the year, and it takes place on different platforms. And one of the things I've observed is that more and more the sentiment that is being expressed around how to fundamentally change the trajectory of the country, including on issues such as accountability, is to actually change our electoral system. There's so many people who believe that unless we change the electoral system in the country, we're going to continue to be trapped in the same cycle, because we vote in political parties, and the political party process is often one that the majority of South Africans do not have a say in, do not have control over. Why? Because the rules and regulations are guided by political parties as organizations. And I don't know how much we're actually thinking about it. Yes, the reforms when it comes to the Electoral Amendment Act were supposed to be a step in that direction, but we haven't quite gotten there. And then you also look at the support that there is for independent candidates who were given the opportunity to run for the first time. And unfortunately, for the majority of them, it was a very poor showing at the polls. So how do we change the cycle that we're stuck in and ensure accountability and ensure that where there's dissatisfaction, people can actually be heard when it comes to leaders being held accountable and not just relying on political parties to do that. Because by and large, I think we can all acknowledge that there are challenges and failures for political parties in holding their own leaders accountable. It's 9:30. You're listening to The Talking Point. This is the open line. It's your national roundtable. I'm taking your calls 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Good morning. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa will on Monday launch the South African G20 presidency for 2025. An immigration lawyer says Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can avoid deportation by following a legal process, such as approaching the courts to request an order of extended stay in the country. And Russia's President Vladimir Putin has threatened to attack decision-making centers in Kyiv using Russia's new Oreshnik ballistic missiles. He was speaking after Russia attacked Ukraine's energy infrastructure. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Hey neighbor, heard of any Black Friday specials?
Nah bro, no Black Friday for me, eh? These people always take me for a ride.
Not at We Buy Cars. You can take yourself for a ride in one of their many cars on their floor.
Okay, I'm listening.
They have massive price drops and this Black Friday is their Black Tie Day. Just arrive in any formal attire and you can double your discount on their specials wheel.
No man, impossible. Now you taking me for a ride.
Genuine. Take yourself for a ride to any We Buy Cars and see for yourself.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to buy a car this Black Friday. A loving partner shouldn't take away your choices. Your choice of clothes, your choice to wear makeup and cut your hair. A loving partner shouldn't choose your friends or choose how you spend your time. A loving partner shouldn't control who you speak to. If your partner is controlling your choices, it's abuse. But I found help at Tears. *134 *7355#. Visit tears.co.za.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
#SAFM Talking Point.
Good morning, Kathy. No, in fact, I'm not very impressed about Black Friday. Of course, I'm going to get nothing because yesterday you and your colleagues, you went and you bought 6 of each items. Now, when I go to the store, there will be no items. Thank you, Frank here.
Hi, Kathy and the SAFM listeners. Look, I'm in the office. I'm not going for Black Friday shopping because there's January, there's school fees. And my son is going to be in grade 1. There's a stationery list, there's the uniform list, there's the fees. So I'd rather just keep that money to buy, to ensure my son has all his stationery and uniforms and school shoes and everything he needs for grade 1. I'm just keeping the money away from Black Friday. That's what I'm doing.
Good morning, Kathy. The president says they have a recovery plan to grow this economy. What a contradiction, because we still have the same economic policies in place that have not been growing this economy. We still have high interest rates of 11% that are discouraging businesses from borrowing funds so that they can increase production and hire more people. We have a growing national debt, and South Africans are probably the most highly taxed people in the world. So most of government's revenue is going towards paying debt instead of investing in infrastructure. So what recovery is he talking about? He really likes talking right and walking left, doesn't he? Thanks, Lionel Whitbank.
Good morning, Kathy. I've never ever participated in any Black Friday craze because for me it's a matter of principle. Black Friday is an American thing. I'm South African, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So I find it nonsensical that I then should be sucked into celebrating Black Friday. So it's a conscious decision on my part that I never just celebrate Black Friday. Now they've extended it, like you're saying, it's no longer a one-day thing, it's a month thing. But I've never been caught up in the craze. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm South African, I'm not American. And that's what motivates me to not participate.
Well, good for you, and you feel so strongly about it, driven by that conviction. I mean, yes, it's a concept that has been imported, but maybe missing out on those discounts. You don't feel like sometimes you're missing out on some of the action. What I will say though, because I've had the opportunity of being in the US during Black Friday 1 or 2 years, it is nothing compared to what we see in South Africa. The markdowns on the prices are actually worth your while. That's why you have people sleeping out in the streets, outside shopping malls, outside particular retailers, just so that they're able to take advantage of some of the sales. So I do think that we could be doing better as a country on that front, like adding true value to the sales and discounts that people are looking for. Alfred, you're in the Dr. J. Moroka municipality. Good morning.
Katie, morning. How's it?
Good, thank you.
No, thanks, man, Katie. No, man, Katie, I'm not happy with the fight of EFF and MK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, Katie, the MK was formed because of we wanted to strengthen the Black Caucus. But then I'll have a problem if one thinks that the formation of the EFF was done because of targeting him. It can't be correct, Katie. MK was not formed because we wanted to target the EFF. It's not the right interpretation, Katie.
But do you blame Julius Malema for feeling that way, given the fact that his party has lost out in terms of the human resource to the MK party more than any other party?
You see, sometimes, Katie, you mustn't mislead people. When they're not doing correct things, obviously, when there's other party that will emerge in favor of the Black Caucus, your members, if are not comfortable with you, will leave you and join that organization. Clearly, Katie, members of the EFF are not happy with the style of leadership from Julius. You can't accept, Katie, dictatorship style of some kind, you see, in your organization at this time of the year, Katie, you see. So that is what is wrong with EFF. Julius must try by all means to correct that, Katie. Once he corrects that, I think things will start flowing in a manner in which he's expecting, Katie. But then as long as you think that you'll harass people, you'll detect people, nothing will come okay, Katie.
All right. So you think it's more internal work and reflections that the EFF president needs to be making right now than blaming MK party?
Than blaming anybody else. Julius has to blame himself for the collapse of the EFF. You can't detect people like the way he's doing at this time of the year, Katie.
Okay. All right. Yes. Alfred, we're going to leave it there. Look, I mean, the tension between the EFF and the MK party does sort of create challenges for any serious formation of the progressive forces as they had described themselves after the elections. And can you imagine? That was just in July. How much has changed, eh? How much has changed in the last 6 months when it comes to the alignment of these parties that describe themselves as being part of those progressive forces? Rudzani, you're in Kempton Park. Good morning.
Morning, Casey. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, you will pardon me. I just want to put a disclaimer because I sometimes struggle with these grades. I want to talk about the placing of kids in Gauteng public schools.
Okay.
So, if you hear me talking about grade 6, I will be talking about standard 6, which is grade 8. So, I tried to register my son last year. Unfortunately, we were told we couldn't make it, and then they told us the kids should go and study somewhere in Bechekas. There is a school that they are going to establish. As I'm talking to you, that school was never established. There is no school, but when you talk to them, they will tell you there is a school. So, out of desperation, I had to take my son to Kuro, wherein every day of his life, he will be asking me, Daddy, when are you taking me back to government schools? I do not like this school. So, with me, the challenge that I have, I'm paying so much, not because I wanted to. Secondly, I've got a son who doesn't even know how much I'm paying, but I understand he's paying. He said he likes this school because he has been attending one of the, you see this Liar School and Ware School. So there is one that he likes. It's called the Bechley Ware School. So I said, look, I would give me a year. You can no longer get a school. This year, I was asked that you can no longer apply online because it's going to grade, it's going to standard 7.
Which is grade 9.
Yes. So I went there to the school in Bechley. I registered there. Later in September, I went there to say, what is going to happen now that we are waiting for the feedback? I was shocked to hear that, no, this year, the schools in Gauteng, more especially in this side of Bechekas and Bechley, what they are going to do, the department has brought kids. We don't know where these kids are coming from, which means even if you were in the queue waiting for the feedback from the school, you are not going to get feedback. I was referred to Benoni, which is, I think, the district. I went there, the lady that I met, she was crying with me to say, I don't know what to do. The department has implemented this thing. So that list that you went to school and registered there is not going to be used. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound right, Rudzani. So,
not at all. And I asked, and I was told there is nothing we can do. The department has brought kids. I think.
But what do they mean when they say the department has brought kids?
We don't know where they are coming from. I even asked the lady. They said, we don't know where this list is coming from.
Yeah.
They said the placement is going to be done by the department, but the problem we have, the list what we have at school is not the kids that they brought. There is kids now that have already been placed on the same grade that I was looking for, but we don't know where those kids are, coming from. I tried to phone Mr. Mabona. That one, remember, it's always on a defensive mode. He didn't even take my call. So we are really frustrated. Imagine now, I need to go and try for the last time in Kuro. I will be stressed with the fees that are very exorbitant, and I'm not even getting the reward, because, I see these things as the same as this government school. There's the education that they want. But you are forking a lot of money. As I'm talking to you, I'm not sure if you will get the results that he got from government school. He was doing very well, but I've got a son who is stressed. I've got myself who is always stressed with the fees. It's very frustrating.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe you can call somebody to come in. The lady who is, I think, is a DG, when you phone her, she's crying with you to say we have got a problem. And I'm like, you must fix it. I can't fix it. Tell me what to do. She's crying with you.
Yeah. Rudzani, it does sound to me that, number one, there's also not clear enough communication from the schools about what the process is. You know, to say that we're getting a list of children, we don't know where they come from, is not very helpful.
The lady in Benoni, I think she was working for the region. She even suggested that I must go to the school and try to soften the principal. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah, look.
I'm very frustrated. I don't even know what to do. Next year, I should be ready to fork out again almost 100 and something thousand that I do not have. But because I've got a son who needs to go to school, there is no schools in Gauteng. I don't know what to do.
Okay.
It's very frustrating.
Rudzani?
If you can get these people to come and communicate with us, maybe it will be better.
Rudzani, let's do this. I think what we're going to have to do is also then touch on the issue of admissions and applications for next year, because this is now the second day that we're having a listener raise concerns with us. And we all know that when we reopen in January, there is always that crunch, and it might be better to start working some of these issues out now and getting clarity from the relevant officials. Let me go to Bramoro. Bramoro, you're in Bloom. Good morning, Bramoro.
Good morning, my best presenter of all time. How are you, man?
I'm well, thank you, Bramoro. Great to hear from you. What do you want to talk about this morning?
I would like to talk about you this week. We only have you for limited time. And then we know your voice is not sounding good. Perhaps that might be the excuse. Nevertheless, today is the deadline for the ZTP holders. There is one crisis that foreigners, including myself, are experiencing, which Home Affairs Minister is not even addressing that issue. All of us are supposed to go to VFS, which is a private agency, submit our application. Then they will courier it to Home Affairs in Pretoria. As I speak, from last month, October, this month, November, and even next month, December, there is no available appointment for all foreigners in the whole country. This is not limited to a particular province. It's the whole country. You're not going to get appointment to submit your application. And without appointment, you cannot walk in to submit. We expected the Home Affairs Minister to be on your radio to give us a guidelines on maybe ways and means that they are tackling this issue or what we should do. I am not a beneficiary of the ZTP. I'm from Ghana. I have my own normal permit that I'm applying. But millions of us or thousands of us, we are not getting the appointment to submit our application. This is even those whose permits are about to expire. And we are also talking about those who want to apply for the first time. All these are joining the same queue with no valid appointment avenue. And we are also pleading, if the Department of Home Affairs can please, if possible, cancel the contract with VFS and allow us to go directly through Home Affairs, which will be more easier, convenient than going through VFS, because most cities only have one VFS. In the whole Eastern Cape, it's only Port Elizabeth. Check the geographical location of Eastern Cape. There are some people in the typical rural villages, no access to VFS. They have to go to PE before they can get it. But we almost have access to Home Affairs branches, almost in maybe 10 kilometers away from you, the whole country, you have access to this. So the convenient means will be having us, making it convenient for us to submit our application. And if we only restrict it to the city centers, it's not all of us who have access to this. West part, there is not even appointment. I'm pretty sure if it was Dr. Aaron Mochwaledi, but before I even drop the call, he would call in to probably give us the guidelines. I don't know if Kati, you have anything to say.
So, Bramoro, what we know about this deadline is that it has been extended quite a number of times. Are you saying that between the period of extension that was announced in 2023 up until now, the service provider appointed to deal with these applications has had problems throughout the entire time? Or is it a case of people wanting to push through their applications at the last minute?
That might be correct, which is many people are now trying to pass over the last minute. But what we should also remember is it's not all foreigners who are beneficiaries of the ZTP. So if Zimbabweans are pushing through, those using the mainstream permit, we are not supposed to suffer from the rush of the Zimbabweans. You understand? Because we are using different permits or the mainstream permits, allocate mainstream appointment for us. And those using ZTP, you give them ZTP appointment. If they decide to come last minute, if you can squeeze them, no problem. Let them feel that they had the whole year or 2 years to apply. They waited for the last minute. But this is the situation that we, abiding by the law, frequently applying, or some even arrive in the country today. They want to apply. All these are not getting appointments. And VFS is accepting maybe a day. They have a mandate to service 10 people or 100 people. And this 100 people include ZTP holders and then Lesotho nationals, which is LSP. All inclusive, plus us, Americans, Ethiopians, all of us. So we become choked. Okay. We cannot suffer from maybe the negligence of the ZEP holders who decided to go last minute, and the LSP also. So
Okay.
please, maybe would it be possible to get the minister to give us more clarity, unless he is not aware of the pandemic that we are facing?
Okay, all right, Bramoro. I think you make a good point. It's fair enough. Bramoro out in Bloom. We'll leave it there for now, and he's right. Today is that deadline for people to have their applications in, especially for Zimbabwean nationals, who need to apply for a waiver to progress from a ZEP to a general work visa in South Africa. Today is the deadline for that application, at least for the 1-year exemption permits. We're going to take a quick break. I'm back with more of your calls after this.
The cost of living crisis is real. Here's what one Outsurance client did about it.
I'm Amy. I'm 26 from Kenilworth. When I got my 2022 Ford EcoSport, the immediate thought was to buy an Outsurance, and I pay only 819 Rand per month. No insurers were able to beat or match the premium that I'm currently paying.
Want a car insurance premium that will blow your mind? SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Constipation got you down? Progast Colon Cleanse is here to help. With unique blends and detoxifying agents, experience relief from occasional constipation, IBS-C, and digestive block-ups. Trusted by nurses, pharmacists, and recommended by doctors. Ask for Progast Colon Cleanse today. If it doesn't say Progast, it's not the genuine product. Available at leading pharmacies nationwide. Progast, the professional's choice.
The Buccaneers believe this is their season to finish on the summit, but Stellies want to secure a permanent top 4 position. Gauteng battles it out with Western Cape. This is the Midway Premiership. Catch the unmatched passion and drama of Ipola Mzansi. Orlando Pirates FC versus Stellenbosch FC on Sunday, 1st December. Live on SABC 1 at 3 p.m. and SABC radio stations at 3:30 p.m. Also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The SAFM playwriting competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theatre of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Kathy Motlatlana on SAFM.
Morning, Katie. Katie, I'm not participating on that thing of Black Friday. Why can't they make a Black Friday on the property or the vehicle? They only make those things of a Black Friday or discounted thing on the appliances, TV, Omo, and clothes. If there is this thing, it's real, they must make it on the property, like a house and the vehicle. No, I will start to say no, this thing is real. They can make, if they're not making like that, still making on this thing, this thing is a scam. They're just attracting those people. Me, I'm never gonna fall on that for that thing. Thank you, Katie. Have a nice show. Busa here at Sky City.
Good morning, Katie. This is Zach from Protect Land. Katie, Black Friday is no longer exciting. It's just like any other day. I think 2 factors that are affecting this day is because people no longer have money, Most of people are no longer working nowadays, So the little that you have, you save it for Christmas and New Year and to buy your kids school uniform, kind of stuff. And I said, another thing, I think it's most of stores, they run their Black Friday from the 1st of November until end of November. So you can easily find a TV on sale before Black Friday. Thank you, Katie.
Okay, I guess all of those are valid points, right? All of those are really valid points. Sometimes if you're willing to wait long enough, the January specials also tend to be quite good, because they imagine that a lot of retailers are trying to get rid of whatever stock wasn't sold over the festive season. The only thing is that you're not going to find necessarily what you would have wanted. So it depends on how badly you want it. Uncle George, you're in Stilfontein. Good morning. Good morning, Uncle George. All right, I seem to be having an issue with that connection to Uncle George. Nkanka, you're in KZN. Good morning.
Good morning, my sister. Good morning to your listeners. Sister Katie, not so long ago, I requested the Minister of Labour. The person who has been a social from 2010, I think the Minister needs to come on air, explain what Labour amendments that she feels that needs to be changed. Because when you look at the Employment Equity, Basic Condition of Employment Act, Labour Relations Act, everything is there. It just needs to be implemented. And the failure of implementing all those policies, it's a result in this problem with our foreign traders waiting for employment, while the minister failed to do, in fact, the ministers and the government had failed to do their job. And the issue of that she's going to come in and answer on the question that you as presenters are going to ask her is not fair.
Yeah.
She needs to
You know, Nkanka, chances are, and I saw an article around this, must have been either yesterday or the day before, where, of course, we've got a new minister in that department, and at this point, it's a case of saying, well, I can't bear the full responsibility for what is happening because I'm barely, 3-4 months in the position.
Irrespectively, the minister needs to hear our grievances and make a suggestion how she or he going to address them, the time frame of when is he going to or is she going to address them. Not this issue being told that they don't have the capacity, they just been came into a job. If you came into a job with proper qualifications and with proper intentions of transforming that department, you wouldn't need so much time. You will just implement the right the policies that are already there.
Okay, all right, and
my sister, it's not fair for them to come and say they are going to have new amendments without consulting with us. For so long, the issue of employment equity has been preached for so long. Mining charter has been preached because of the failure of because of the incompetence of the Department of Labour. We keep on having issues of women not getting jobs from the senior position and not being treated fairly because of what? The policies not being implemented correctly.
Okay.
For many.
Nkanka, we're going to have to leave it there, but I believe you've had an opportunity to make that point quite clearly. Uncle George, I'm going to wrap it up with you. We're almost out of time, but you're back on the line.
Morning, Katie. How are you?
Good. Go for it.
I'm very worried, man, about the Women's Rights Commission, Katie. If they are busy taking law enforcement to court because of if you can come here to Kuma and Stilfontein and ask the residents who are staying there about the Zamazama. They can tell you a lot and it is a sad thing. But the women rights and SANCO, SACP, and COSATU, they are protecting those Zamazama who've been abusing the people of Stelfontein here. Even the Minister of Police today, like Ikane, you are supposed to go to Klerksdorp to deal with the issue that is happening in CBD. Now it comes to deal with the issues of Zamazama because of all of a sudden there is a forum called Stelfontein Forum. They are protecting those Zamazama because of they are benefiting from those Zamazamas. So I'm very worried, this case, because of women's rights. They should go to Lodonstad, not far from Matlosan, to see the situation is bad there. The people there, they receiving a water after 2 months once. They are struggling, but women's rights, they are busy helping Zamazamas. The people who are not, they are not tribal, those people. They are just enjoying more right and water. That the women's rights and Kosanko and SACP say they must send food. And the more they get food, they are not going to go to surface.
Okay.
Even I think Minister today must come with a pen. Maybe they put something, tear gas or something there.
Okay. Okay, Uncle George, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning, expressing a sentiment over what is happening in Stilfontein. Look, they can't put tear gas into the tunnel because that would effectively be choking the illegal miners that are down there and could risk them dying. I don't think that, sitting with a case around human rights on that score simply is not something that we can afford as a country at this point. But Percy, I take the point that you're making, that the situation is a lot more nuanced than perhaps we give it credit for. It's time for your latest news update.
In our top stories, President to launch G20 presidency on Monday and ANC Women's League march to demand action on GBV. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa will on Monday launch the South African G20 presidency for 2025. Brazil's President Lula da Silva handed over the presidency to Ramaphosa during the recent G20 Leaders Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Bonolo Maribe reports.
This will be the first time an African country leads the G20 for a rotational one-year term. Brazil held the G20 presidency during 2024, and South Africa will, at the end of its term, hand over the G20 presidency to the United States of America. The G20 is a forum of the largest economies in the world who meet regularly to discuss the most pressing issues facing the global economy. The presidency says under South Africa's leadership, Pretoria seeks to provide strategic direction in establishing a more equitable, representative, and fit-for-purpose international order.
Rise Mzansi leader Songezo Zibi says for long-term success of the government of national unity, all partners will have to show maturity. He was briefing the media at Parliament on his party's first 5 months in the national legislature. Rise Mzansi has 2 seats in Parliament and Zibi is the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The party is also a partner of the 10-party GNU with the ANC. Zibi says all GNU partners, especially the bigger parties, need to focus on getting the work done for South Africans.
I don't know any relationship that survives where we have a private meeting and then immediately you're going to talk about it and there's a bit of one-upmanship. It is so incredibly immature. I'm not saying everything must be secret, but when you're working through the early phases of a relationship where you've got to work together for 5 years, I think a level of discretion is important. The second thing is that the internal dynamics in the ANC and the DA might actually be detrimental to the GNU. But if we can work through these 2 things, I think the GNU has a very good prognosis.
An immigration lawyer says Zimbabwean exemption permit holders can avoid deportation by following a legal process, such as approaching the courts to request an order of extended stay in the country. This as today marks the final deadline for ZDP holders to apply for a waiver or transition to a general work visa, valid until November next year. However, asylum seekers, refugees and migrant advocacy groups argue that Home Affairs backlogs have made meeting the deadline nearly impossible. Specialist immigration lawyer Ashraf Isop outlines some legal remedies that could help.
Does a dysfunctional system allow you to miss the deadline? I would suggest not.
because this deadline has been given a year ago. If you're in the Republic without a visa or permission to remain, then you would be declared to be illegal and you must be deported. Become illegal but allowed to remain only when there's a legal process still in place. For example, if you had filed an application and you didn't receive an outcome, you're well within your rights to go to court within 90 days and say to the court, can you please give me an order to say to the minister, finish this in another 90 days, which would be considered reasonable.
The ANC Women's League will today march to the union buildings in Pretoria against gender-based violence and femicide. The march is happening during the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign. The League Secretary General Nokuthula Nqaba says they are calling for decisive action against gender-based violence.
It is against this background of consistent onslaught against women of this country that, as the Women's League, in collaboration with all structures of the mass democratic movement, our alliance component, the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa, faith-based organizations, the broader civil society, and other political formations, has resolved to intensify our advocacy for the implementation and strengthening of national prevention strategies.
And finally, Russia's President Vladimir Putin has threatened to attack decision-making centers in Kyiv using Russia's new Oreshnik ballistic missiles. He was speaking after Russia attacked Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving more than 1 million people without power. Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky has accused him of trying to derail efforts by the US President-elect Donald Trump to end the war. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford has the details.
He's clearly trying to ramp up the rhetoric, to ramp up the threats and the warnings, because I think the timing is critical. This is all ahead of Donald Trump returning to the White House. This is a moment when Vladimir Putin really wants to press his advantage on the battlefield to force Ukraine essentially into submission. And these massive attacks on the energy and the fuel infrastructure, just as we head into winter, are absolutely critical and central to that.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa will on Monday launch the South African G20 presidency for 2025. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Mzansi, harmful behaviors that lead to gender-based violence and femicide must be unlearned and replaced with positive and respectful actions. Positive actions begin at home with little things: how we speak, how we act, and how we handle conflict. It's about understanding that respect is a non-negotiable right for everyone. We can break the cycle of gender-based violence and femicide, and we must start now. I am Thulasizwe Simelane, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I encourage every South African to join in the fight to end gender-based violence beyond the 16 days of activism campaign. A gender-based violence and femicide-free South Africa is possible.
Real savings, real benefits. Here's what real clients say about Outsurance. Here's Amy.
To anyone who has not reached out to Outsurance, what are you doing? Reach out today.
Yusuf, 45 from Tegadal, pays just 700 Rand a month for his 2021 VW Polo.
That just shows that Outsurance is top of the tops when it comes to insurers.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is Yes, they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kuna's analysis of Bola Letu on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
10 after 10 o'clock, welcome to the second hour of The Talking Point as we lead conversations that move us. Coming up in this hour, we'll be in conversation with Professor Shrila Roy. We'll be unpacking the status of women and children in South Africa. Before we get to that, your WhatsApp voice notes from the open line.
Good morning, Kathy. I'm Svido in Watema. Let me help the caller from Dr. J.S. Moroga Municipality. Umkhonto wesisu Zuma was formed because of Zuma's greedy nature. And then EFF was formed because of Julius Malema was expelled from ANC. In essence, they have something in common. They wanted to bring down the ANC. Their formations, both of them, is not genuine. Hence, they are now fighting because it has got nothing to do with the upliftment of black people. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy. I'm just listening to your show, great show, and I hear a caller talking about people rising up. Hell, we don't need that. This is a democracy. But what we need is people to vote with their heads and not with their hearts. We've had a government that's been corrupted and has not governed the country properly for years now. But each time these people get voted back into power, and that is people voting with their hearts and not with their heads. Please, we need more people to vote with their heads. Vote this government out, and let's get a proper government in here that can do the job. Thanks, Mike and Kabaha.
Yo, good morning, everyone. Yo, Kathy, what are you doing? Mapafani. Yo, Budaza. You remind me of my past life with a very great friend of mine, the late Stephen Monyani. Go Harankua Zone 7. Yo, Batung, Kathy. And then what I lately found out, one of my ex-English teachers, go more high school, more Koleni Tabulha Northwest, Mr. Simon Mamete. He's now known as Budaza. Hey, Kathy, man, on a very, very cool Black Friday daughter. Yo.
The funniest thing, people that are not members, supporters, voters, and sympathizers of the EFF want to tell us Malema is a dictator. The people that have left the EFF for MK have never, not once said Malema is a dictator. They have other reasons for leaving, but dictator is not one of them. But people that are not in the organization can tell us that Malema is a dictator. And yes, Ausketh, you are correct about the Black Friday. I wanted to buy a phone online on Amazon, but I missed it. It was 3.6 from 6,000 rand to 3.6. When I was buying it from our local stores, Take a Lot, Vodacom, Hi-Fi Corp, that phone was 4.7. 1,000 rand price drop differential between the two. So you are correct, my sister. Our Black Friday is December specials. That's it.
Good morning, Kathy. This is Matlatsi from Pretoria. I regret voting ANC in 1994 because it's a party that serves only its members. It enables corruption, and now corruption is the new norm in South Africa, municipalities are failing because of ANC. They are not, service delivery levels are poor because of the ANC, and we can't hold the municipal managers accountable as individuals, or the lack of, or the non-existence of managers, because ANC is doing this deliberately to loot. And, ultimately it is responsible for the corruption and the low levels of service delivery, ultimately. Because you can't hire ghost workers in the public service in PRASA and expect them to deliver. Ghost workers are dead. ANC must wake up, kill these people for good.
Okay, that those rather some of your WhatsApp voice notes from the open line. Well, let's change tact completely and focus on the 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. And joining us for this conversation is Professor Shrila Roy, who is a professor of sociology at the University of the Witwatersrand. Good morning, Prof, and thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me, Kathy. Good morning.
This period, as it does every year, offers us an opportunity to reflect on the state of women and children in the country. What we are seeing, Prof, is that despite the legislative changes that have been implemented in some instances that make it easier for women to get protection orders, that make services available online in that regard. And these are changes that many activists have been pushing for a number of years. We have the establishment of committees. We have, more opening of Thulasizwe centers. What we're still seeing, though, is increasing levels, not even stagnant levels, but increasing levels of gender-based violence in the country. Why is it that the effort being made legislatively, the resources being put or allocated towards this are not yielding the result of reduced numbers of abuse?
Yes, thank you, Kathy. That's a sobering and good question to start with. And I think the answer is, unfortunately, a familiar and simple one, which is this enormous gap between progressive policy and legislation and implementation. And if I can speak for a moment in my personal capacity and not actually in my professional capacity as a researcher and teacher of gender and sexuality, I actually got a protection order this year, and my experience was, absolutely shocking. I mean, it was nothing that I would have expected from start to finish in terms of the courts right till the police. There was absolutely no understanding about GBV or about how to be empathetic to complainants, how to support us. I mean, starting from the police station where I went, just where there were huge boards saying GBV unit, and there were women officers, particularly the women officers treated me really poorly, actually, very unkindly, very dismissively. Then in the courts, everything was long drawn. The courts, I felt, was less unsympathetic than just simply inefficient, right? But actually, also my experience with one of the judges was also, a male judge, was also shocking and left me in tears. And then after that, to little things like, I don't know how many viewers know this, that when you get a protection order, you have to actually accompany the police to deliver it to your aggressor. You can't actually. They won't go without you. And they absolutely insisted, and that was so re-traumatizing for me to have to do that. And I just want to clarify that I am a high-earning, professional, highly educated person in this country, and it was a very, very dehumanizing experience for me. So I think there is this huge gap where there is no gender training, there is no conscientization, there is just lip service, literally in the form of boards and posters that say GBV, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, but there's nothing more than that.
Prof, thank you for sharing that personal experience that you had to go through, and I'm sorry that it was such a terrible and re-traumatizing experience for you. In fact, it forms the basis for why many women who are survivors of violence simply don't want to go through the formal process. Whether it's opening protection orders, whether it's opening cases against the perpetrators of the crime. Because there is this lack of empathy, this lack of understanding that seems to be quite systemic. And if we are to truly change that, because we know, the police have said, well, they're sending their officers for sensitization training. Even the idea that when you go to police and the GBV unit, you're going to be assisted by women. It's one of the interventions that has come through as a result of, the awareness of a need to reform. But what is it that the system, you believe, does not understand about the position of victims that it is unable to reform in the way that it needs to?
Yes, thank you. Another very good question. I think it is actually, and I imagine we will speak about the HSRC report. I think it is really the extent of normalization, right? What we often call rape culture, or there are various ways to talk about it. But the enduring, embedded nature of that normalization, I think, is not taken on head-on, right? So I think even when there's training or sensitization, I haven't observed that in the context of South Africa, but for my own research, I have observed that in India, for instance. You have to be very, very careful about who you're getting to do that training, you see, because sometimes the so-called trainer maybe knows what consent is and does a sort of very abstract training around consent, no means no, etc. But I don't think that goes to really the heart of the normalization. So, for instance, to go back to my experience, and I hope I'm not drawing too much from it, when I did go to the police station, I interacted with this woman officer, and I was trying to get her attention to the urgency of my matter, which was around domestic violence. She turned to me and she said, well, he didn't hit you, did he? And this is not the first time I've heard that. I've also heard that from women lawyers in matters of, again, divorce, domestic violence, child custody, etc. So again, this very embedded idea that domestic violence is that he must hit you, and otherwise that's not what it is. That's the kind of thing one really has to go into the heart of it. And I'm very heartened to see the report calling for a more holistic approach, right, about mental health, about childhood trauma, cycles of violence, etc. But there is a huge gap between what is on paper and how that is being translated or not. The other thing I just want to, there are two things, right? I think, so there's one is this, the lack of consciousness raising, the lack of training, the lack of sensitization, which reproduces the normalization of gender-based violence. And the other thing, as I said before, is the complete incompetence and inefficiency, which leads to the kind, patterns of re-traumatization. But for instance, in the courts, you get a very, very hefty form that you have to fill up in order to get a protection order. And while I was sitting there, I had to actually fill up another woman's form who didn't have enough English to fill up that form. And there was a clerk of the court telling me, well, why don't you just download the form? Sure, I can download it, but even for me to fill up that form, as a, native speaker of the English language, it was quite tricky. So who is helping these other women? Women who are domestic workers, or women who are scrambling for time and coming into the court. I find it absolutely, mind-blowing, actually.
Some of the experiences that you are sharing with us are issues that continue to be raised around challenges in accessing justice for many survivors of gender-based violence. And just this idea that officials, the police, seem to want to determine exactly how serious a matter is. They seem to want to make that call before giving somebody an opportunity to actually do what they have come to the police station to do. So when you were told he didn't hit you, how did that make you feel?
Terrible, of course. But obviously, again, to reflect back on, what we call intersectionality in the classroom as an educated, middle-class person, I was able to talk back to this person, right? I was able to say, how can you speak like this? You're supposed to be a GBV officer, etc., etc. But I kept thinking of my students who would most likely access that same police station because it falls in all of our jurisdiction. I was thinking of my students who might have undergone anything from intimate partner violence, rape. There's so much that happens on our campuses. And what would they say to this police officer, right? A woman police officer, no less. And again, I feel like that is also one of these myths, that women are not upholders of patriarchy, or women will be more sensitive because they're women. That is also, I think, deeply problematic and needs to be constantly undermined in order to say that actually, no, feminist politics, as Bell Hooks said, is for everyone, and therefore the training and sensitization, etc., is for everyone.
When we look at that HSRC report that, of course, has touched quite extensively in terms of helping us understand the patterns of gender-based violence in this country, are there particular findings that stand out for you that you want to touch on in this conversation?
Yes, good question. So I think some of the findings were very heartening. As I said, I'll flag maybe two things. One is, to move beyond just a legalistic approach to both a diagnosis of the problem and a solution. So I thought, and this is what something as scholars and activists, I think we've been saying for a long time, but no one really has been paying attention, because I think overwhelmingly the response is always throw them into prison and that will solve the problem. And I think the report supports those of us who are saying that's not enough. In fact, that's often not a solution at all, right? So the report gives us a very holistic kind of view in terms of diagnosing the problem, but also the recommendations are from the micro to the macro, right? Everything from changing norms to, addressing, intervening in terms of the family, behavior, economic support, etc. So I found all of that not necessarily surprising, but quite heartening. What I found, I suppose, surprising, and let's say two things, and one of them worries me a bit, was about how women and men who are cohabiting, so the higher incidence of intimate partner violence